Good afternoon. Welcome to the meeting for Wednesday, March 13th, 2019. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres, Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
The board will now recess into closed session. We will be discussing the items listed in the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30. Thank you. Board is now in recess. Let me get out my little cheat sheet here. All right, we are ready to reconvene to public session. I apologize for the delay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a second roll call, please?
On the second attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Yee,
Here.
Director Torres, Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge,
Present.
and Vice President London's absent, and President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. So the OUSD board authorized the district to provide support to entities that are contemplating legal action to protect the rights of immigrant children in closed session today. The votes were as followed. In support, Director Gonzalez, Director Yee, Director Hinton Hodge, and myself.
All other board members absent.
Board members absent were Director Harris, Director Torres, and Vice President London. So with that, we will review the oath of office.
Madam President, before you move on, we have one speaker on closed session, Carol Delton.
Great, thank you. Ms. Dalton.
Website. What I've seen is, my name is Carol Delton, and I've looked through the various leases on 1000 Broadway, and there's at least a lot of them that expire this year. So I am really looking forward to having the announcement from a closed session that includes that property be that you are moving. Because the community really does not support spending any money on 1000 Broadway, and President Ng, whether that money is general fund money, as FCMAT says it should be, or it is bond money, as has been the practice, there are places at school sites where the community would like the district to be spending it. So we look forward to that change in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a problem again because the way these boxes are set up, we're not going to be allowed to speak on actionable items in the special orders of the day, where you will be taking a vote. That item also just there, I would have turned in a speaker card if this was labeled differently, because you have this again labeled that you're going to group everything together, which does not fit the Brown Act requirement. So can we fix these boxes so people can actually sign up to speak for the items they came to speak for tonight, please?
I just have to add a couple of items. Aside from 1000 Broadway, we still have the district office staff that is high compared to the number of students we have. We also should look at thinking outside the box or forget the box. Many of our teachers could tell us how to implement certain things instead of all of these contracts that we continue to approve 4 or 5 months after they've been started. It's just total mismanagement of the public's money.
Thank you. So just to clarify, we will be taking, as is normally our practice, we will be taking public comment on any item that is actionable by the board, including those in special orders of the day. So we are on H, review. Okay.
Madam President, all the proposed speaker has to do is to put the item number on a card, and Ms. Floyd will accept the card.
That's not what the box says. And that's not how
Okay. So we're going to move on. We are, you can just, like Mr. Rakestraw said, you can just, if you're interested in speaking on the item, just put the item number on it. And when I call for speakers, then you can come up. So we are on item H, which is the review of oath of office and meeting norms for the Board of Education. The oath of office is written on page 6. I won't go over it today. I will go over the meeting norms of the board, which is honoring the time, acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views, celebrating successes and each other's contributions, presuming positive intent, and no personal attacks. So with that, we do have several special orders of the day today. We will start with item I1, which is the second interim financial report. Is there a motion to adopt the second interim report?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez.
Second.
Seconded by Director Yee. With that, we will have our Chief Business Officer, Mr. Marcus Battle, present on this item.
So good evening, Marcus Battle, Chief Business Official. So tonight I'll be presenting the second interim financial report for 2018-19. This is as a result of actual expenses through January 31st, 2019. So some of the items we're going to highlight in the presentation is going to be budget, timeline, and role of the second interim, what the second interim is, executive summary. We're going to talk about some of the budget assumptions that were utilized to develop the projections, the current year projections, unrestricted, restricted, multi-year, and then going forward, key considerations. Okay. So what is a second interim? It's required by California Education Code. LEAs are required to provide interim reports. And I'll just highlight some of these here. We have our annual budget, which we will start development soon after. In the next few weeks, we'll begin development of our annual budget. First interim we presented in December. Second interim is what we're presenting now. And in some cases, there is a requirement for a third interim, and a third interim is generally required if a district is qualified or has a negative certification. Tonight, we will be presenting a positive budget, so we are not anticipating that we will be required to provide a third interim. But we'll move forward through the presentation. And this is just a highlight of key activities, and you can see tonight, the 15th, we have layoff resolutions that will be and other resolutions that affect employees that will be presented tonight, along with some other key dates. For classified notices and for our governor release of the May revision. So those are just some of the key dates that are coming up in the next few months. So now I'll move into the executive summary. So this is things that we want to highlight in the second interim report as we get into the detail. So as the board recalls, we also do budget revisions. We did our third budget revision in February. So many of the updates in this report for the current year are from the budget revision that was presented last month. So since we provided budget revision number 3, what has happened? Well, negotiations have been settled with the Oakland Education Association, and impacts have been budgeted for the second interim. So we have built in the impacts of the settlement in our second interim. The board has also acted on $21.7 million in reductions. Those reductions have also been addressed in our second interim report. AB 1840 report has been submitted to the state legislature by FCMAT, providing a preliminary deficit calculation for OUSD of $7 million, which will be subject to update. FICMAT had indicated that their report would be updated based on our recent negotiated settlement and our budget reductions. So that number that was submitted to the California legislature will be updated. Overall revenues have increased by $857,000 since we provided our third budget revision, from 585.7 to 586.5 million. Overall expenses have increased by $333,000. The projected deficit actually decreased from last month by 1.2 million, from 19.9 million to 18.7 million, and we'll have more details on these changes as we go through the report. Contributions to restricted program has remained unchanged, and that's where we make contributions for special ed and other restricted programs. The reserve for economic uncertainty is projected to increase by 1.1 million to a total of 16.7 million, and this will be representative in a slight reserve increase for the district for the current fiscal year, from 2.56% to 2.75% for the current fiscal year, and increases to 3.74% in fiscal year 1920 and 3.3% in fiscal year 2021. And based on the multi-year projections, we will be, at the conclusion of the report, recommending that the board adopt a positive certification of the second interim report. So those are some of the highlights of what's in the report. In terms of budget assumptions, when we are doing our interim reports, we are doing reprojection of our multi-year based on any new information that we have. We look at the current school services dartboard. We look at any enrollment, ADA changes, any changes in pensions, health and welfare, contributions to special ed, and other major changes. So this chart just illustrates some of the assumptions that we look at and that we update when we're doing our multi-year. There are no major changes on this page from what you saw before. The only footnote that we have is regarding the ADA projection for this year, and you see that says that does not include full impact of reduced ADA associated with employee labor action, because that's something that we still have to evaluate, and by the time we present our budget for 1920, we will have a better idea if there's any impacts from the labor action in regard to our ADA. So we'll have more information about that. Other factors, you can see some of the other factors here. Lottery, none of that has changed. We do now show increased contribution for special ed beginning in 1920 and 2021. You also see the budget reduction there, 21.75. That has been assessed in our 1920, this began in 1920. And then you see bargained agreements on the next line, and those include salary and non-salary amounts. So that is what we're projecting, and we have that also built into our second interim budget at this point. On average daily attendance, you can see that we are projecting at this point flat enrollment from at least over the next 3 to 4 years. So we went through a period of some increase and decrease in our enrollment, but based on current information, we are looking at pretty much a flat enrollment over the next 3 to 4 years. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our CFO.
Good evening, board members and the community. I would like to make a correction in slide 6 where it says increase overall expenditure by 333. It's actually decreased by 333,000. That resulted to a 1.2 improvement on our fund balance because we have an improvement also on our revenue. So I just want to make that a correction. So on our first interim unrestricted general funds, given all the assumptions that was enumerated, that includes pension costs stay the same even if there is a changes anticipated for for the next fiscal year. We're using the same rates that was used. We have some improvement, additional costs on special ed. So on slide 13, the summary shows an improvement of 400,000 on the revenue unrestricted funds and a reduction of expenditure of about 700,000, which resulted to an improvement of our fund balance of 1.1 million. That's about 0.18%. So from the last time we reported of 2.56% reserve, second interim is showing us a little improvement of 2.75%. The highlights of the changes are we received some additional revenue on tax assessments. We also continuously receiving local revenue increases. We have from July to January, any unfilled positions are actually resulting for savings for those following months. That resulted to our savings and some adjustments that is impacted by our actual revenue and grant awards and our actual adjustments on the budgets, which resulted to about 700,000 savings on expenditure unrestricted funds. So again, that resulted to a 1.1 million increase of our fund balance unrestricted. On the restricted funds, we are showing a 400,000 increase of revenue. We are showing also a corresponding 362,000 expenditure. Restricted funds, most of the time, if you receive the revenue, you have to allocate a corresponding expenditure. So there is a minor improvement on our fund balance on our restricted funds. The details of the changes of restricted funds are as follows. We receive an increase of federal grants. We are updating budgets based on the grant awards, as long as with other state grants and also our local funds. A specific breakdown of the changes in expenditure is shown as a savings on benefits and books and supplies, which most of those amounts are coming from carryover, which is now implemented through additional purchase order and contracts and services. There is a minor increase of fund balance in restricted funds. For our MYP, this is a combined amounts, meaning restricted and unrestricted. The second interim is showing 2.75% improvement of our reserve compared to the revision number 3, which we started at 2.57%. For 1920 and 2021, we put an assumptions of the reduction that we will implement for 1920, which is 21.75 million, and the investments that we have to that we're anticipating for the following year, 1920 and 2021. On both years, we're showing 3.74% of the reserve and 3.3% reserve for 2021. The next slide shows all funds summary. The all funds summary includes showing we're watching closely on any transfer in contributions to this fund from Fund 1. And it looks like we're still on the same level in Fund 13 that we are anticipating 1.79 transfer. Again, we're watching closely expenditures on all these funds, including Fund 6 to 7. The next slide shows the breakdown of Fund 67. Fund 67 is our self-insured funds, which include our workers' comps and general liability self-insured funds and self-insured health benefits. The total district in-premium district contribution is $85 million. The total anticipated expenditure this year is $83 million, which will result to about $2.5 million positive fund balance, and that will increase the fund balance reserve for this fund.
Okay, so now I kind of want to segue a little bit just to kind of talk about budget development. We are getting ready to begin budget development for 2019-20. So I just want to kind of give the board some advance things to think about as we're developing our 2019-20 budget. We still have some pending negotiations with other bargaining groups, which may or may not have an impact on our multi-year, but it's something we have to think about. We have the May revise that's coming up. We really don't know how that's going to come about at this point, but that's something that we're going to be watching closely, and that's going to be incorporated into our budget planning. AB 1840, once again, we don't have enough information to consider if we're going to get any allocation from that, but once again, that's something that could affect our multi-year budget planning. In light of recent negotiations, it is likely that we will have some budget pressures beginning in fiscal year 21-22. Some of the cost of our negotiations will be fully impacted by that time. So in terms of thinking about our budgetary planning for 1920, it is likely that we may have to do another resolution for the out years to do reductions. So that's something to think about. That's not what we're saying right now, but we will have a lot of pressure on our budget during that time. Asset management, that's another area that we have a lot of opportunities to help our budget. Those are surplus properties, properties that we need to get through a 7-Eleven process and figure out how we want to reuse those properties so that we can bring some value to the district and we can offset some of our costs. So that's something that we definitely need to think about. Another item is the new central kitchen. The new central kitchen will be coming online this fall. I will tell you that based on my review of that, the operational impacts of bringing that facility online were not taken into account. That is something that we are going to have to plan in our 1920 budget, which means that we may have to make some investments in there. And that's something that I'm giving you advance notice on right now also, in addition to these other items. And then, of course, our continuing cost pressures from our ongoing pension costs, health and welfare, special ed, and, of course, our state revenues are currently flat. So we really have to be prudent in how we plan and in our budget for the future. So in terms of next steps, these are some of the key dates. We are hoping to introduce a very robust budget process for this upcoming budget. We want to bring a full preliminary budget to the board by May 8th, that May 8th board meeting, and my plan would be to bring it to a program level so that you all can really have the detail that you would want to see. Then we will do another preliminary budget based on what input you give us at that time on May 22nd. So we'll bring it back a second time. Then by June the 12th, And these dates do include the LCAP budget also. But on June 12th, we would like to have a preliminary final budget. We will know what the May revisions are at that point, so we will incorporate that into our budgetary for June 12th. And then I'm anticipating that June the 26th would be a pretty quick meeting on the budget. I know that I might be a pipe dream according to some folks, but I think if we do this the right way, by the time we get to the 26th, the decision should be made. I mean, we should be approving a budget at that meeting, and we should not be asking, I mean, it shouldn't be a lot of detail. We should get the detail up front, and that would be my plan, to answer all your questions, provide all the information early, so by the time we get to the 26th, I can show you a 12-slide presentation and we're done. That would be my dream. But at this point, we will open it up for questions, and as I said, we are recommending a positive certification of the second interim.
Thank you, Mr. Battle. Do we want to go to questions? Or do you want to go to public comment? Okay.
I would like to have multiple rounds of questions, so if we could start with a few and then maybe take some public comments.
Okay. Director Gonzalez, why don't you kick us off if you have some questions prepared?
So first, I just want to start by acknowledging the notes page that you guys created, the notes slide, and just thanking you for the additional detail to help explain the changes. And I want to recognize that, and I also want to say I want to see more of that going forward, because I think it really helps the community to understand the changes that they're seeing on the slides. So I hope to see more of that, and thank you for providing a deeper level of detail. So I don't even know where to, I have lots of questions. So one question I have, got really weird and loud there. I noticed that the contribution, it says here that the contributions to restricted for this year are 0, but then there's another slide that says that there's a 1.7 million increase in the contribution to the nutrition services. And so can you help me understand that? And then the other question is, how can there be a $0 increase in contributions to restricted when I know that there are 700 students awaiting assessment for special education services?
So there are 4 slides. Do you know what slides are you referring on?
There's a chart. Is it slide 10? Look at slide 10.
Slide 10. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so, no, it's not this slide. But anyways, you have a slide that says that we're anticipating 0 change in contributions to restricted funds.
Correct.
But then there's another slide that says, that says that there's a $1.7 million increase in contributions to nutrition services. And so I just want to understand that.
When you look at slide 19, let me show you 19. That is the combined. When you look at the contribution there, 1.2 million, that is a net out of 1.7 and a transfer in of 564,000. So that's where it is located.
So it zeroes out basically.
What zeroes out is the contribution of to the special ed, and if it's restricted and unrestricted in between, it zeroes out.
Okay.
What does not zero out, if the transfer goes to another fund, then you see a difference.
So how can we have 700 students awaiting assessment for special education services and anticipate that we're not going to be making additional contributions to special education for this year?
For this year, we're still watching it very closely. They still have remaining funds right now in the that's being closely monitored and encumbered right now. So we're watching that very closely. And as of this year, we don't anticipate that to be over, because there are still some savings on some positions as well that are not filled, so it washes out.
Okay. I noticed under the list of cost pressures, this is at the very end of the presentation, there's several things noted: STIRS and PERS contributions, health and welfare, special education, and flat state revenues. But what I don't see here is the declining enrollment that you all have projected for the next several years. And it's also on the slide you guys have with the chart showing the decline in ADA over the last several years. I think it's about 900 student difference between 13-14 and this year. So I urge you to add it to the list of cost pressures because we know it is one of the things that we need to anticipate as we move forward. I think we're trying some things to increase enrollment, but I don't think that we can count on it changing that quickly. So, and then I noticed that you guys are projecting that our unduplicated pupil count.
Excuse me, Director Gonzalez, I just wanted to clarify something. On slide 11, we do show flat enrollment from this point over the next 3 to 4 years. So we had been declining, but beginning this year, we are projecting to flatten.
So why are you projecting that when we don't know yet what the impact of the strike is going to be on ADA?
You want to answer that?
On our
Okay, please go ahead. No
on our
shouting from the audience,
ADA,
please.
LCFF is funded whichever is higher on the ADA for 2 consecutive years. So, for example, 18-19 we have, let's say, 35,000 ADA. 19-20 we would have, I would say, 31,000. 19-20 we will be funded whichever is higher of the two, and that's how ADA is being paid off.
So,
And in addition to that, any decline of enrollment actually is also, we're getting some increases on COLA. So it washes out and it offsets the decline and increase.
I want to make sure that we're clear on this point because in the past, a previous chief business officer told us, oh, well, we can use our previous year's ADA, but that wasn't accurate because it depends on where the students go. My understanding is if the students go to charter schools, we cannot use the previous year's ADA. And so I want to make sure that you guys are using accurate assumptions about enrollment and what allocation from the state we can count on.
I agree. Our LCM, we're tracking our students that goes to the charter and also comes back to our charter. Right now, we have positive, negative, and we're monitoring that closely. The impact is so small because the amount of going to the charter and the number of students going to the charter and the number coming back to our district is almost offsetting to each other. So it's part of our calculation. Whatever you're seeing on our LCFF, it has already impact on the transfer in and out of students going in and out to the charter.
With all due respect, you guys haven't been working for OUSD that long. In the past, we were counting on an ADA number that turned out to be inaccurate and caused a lot of problems because they were counting on being able to use the previous year's ADA when it wasn't applicable because of the number of students. We had lost 2 charter schools specifically, made us ineligible to be able to count on the previous year's ADA as our budget allocation from the state. So I just want to make sure that you guys are watching that and that you're actually going to be using the correct ADA number so that we don't get penalized and be using inaccurate assumptions.
So if I may describe how we monitor these children going back and forth, we're actually looking by name and by student number, and we already made the correction for our 2 years ADA that has impacted our audit findings. So that has already been there, and our process of checking the in and out is actually, we have a dedicated staff that is looking on those movement of students.
Okay.
So Director Gonzalez, we have to move on for this round. Director Yee.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first is the 18-19 deficit number. I think that was slide 7. Projected deficit decreased from 19.9 to 18.7. All right, is that slide 7? It says executive summary, second interim key results. So are we still projecting then an ending deficit of 18.7 or roughly $19 million in our budget, in our
Let me make another correction. Where did you get that? No, that's not a deficit. There is no deficit. It's a it's a combined number. Okay, one moment. Okay, sorry for that. That slide is related to slide 19, which shows a deficit in 1819, and then a positive in 1920, and another deficit in 2021.
Okay, so we are anticipating a deficit for the end of this year of around 18 million.
Correct, because of the restricted funds expenditure.
I see. So that's restricted and unrestricted.
Yes, sir.
I see. Because I thought the number that I was working with is something much less than that. But that's only because it's the unrestricted budget.
Yes, if you're looking separately, our unrestricted will end up to be positive surplus at 5.4 right now, and the restricted deficit is about 25 million because we're spending down carryover money of restricted funds.
Okay, and then going just on the enrollment question that Director Gonzalez asked. So I'm looking at slide 9, which shows the enrollment projections. And so you're showing a slight decline for next year and then a slight increase for the year after, fiscal year 2021, right? So there's a slight drop from this year to next year, and then a very slow increase. And
Correct.
that's the same. Okay, but then in terms of the ADA projection continues to go up. And so I'm assuming that's because you're taking the highest of the 2 years?
I would like to explain a little bit about ADA.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. 1819 is an abnormal year. 1920 and 2021, our ADA projection is we're using what historically the district has. Historically, the district has been in the 95% attendance rate, which is a very good attendance rate. But currently, 1819, because of the sick days and labor action, we look at it as an abnormal year. So therefore, in 1819 this year, 1718 ADA is higher than this year. We are now currently funded using the 1718 ADA. Come 1920, that will be again another normal year. We will be funded by the higher of 1920 and 1819, which on this projection, we will be funded the 34,476, which is higher than this year's ADA. We anticipate it's lower this year.
Okay, so that explains then that the ADA for 1819 is artificially depressed.
Abnormal, yes.
Abnormal,
Extra,
but the other
yes.
two are along a normal
Are
trend.
normal situations.
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
All right. Anything else, Director Yee?
No, that's it, thank you.
Okay. Director Hinhaj.
On the central kitchen, I feel like I heard two things. One, in excitement, fall of 2019, but then I also heard investment, which is also a good thing as well, but that actually means contributing. And am I to understand we're contributing mainly to programming pieces, right? And has there been any identification of what the cost is to the program side of it?
Yeah, we are currently working on that. I hope to have something in in early April.
Budget development period?
Yeah, budget
Okay.
development.
And has there been, though, a projection around the savings that we're going to get based on having a central kitchen?
That's all going
either
to be
we generate
incorporated.
revenue
Yeah,
from?
those are good questions. That's all going to be incorporated within the analysis.
No ballpark numbers at this particular point?
We have no ballparks at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So, this lovely organization that we work with, incredibly large, incredibly complex. I think just the period that we just have gone through in terms of this recent reduction piece, the conversations that have happened with students about how to engage, how to understand and educate in that process. And so I know what you all do. I kind of know what I do. I understand my role in my lane, but it seems as though we have some real clear history and understanding of where we need to improve and how it is that we kind of can meaningfully engage folks. And with that being said, based on your skill set, based on your ability, based on the rest of the team's ability as well. So I'm just kind of putting that out there because I know you have a projection, and I appreciate you saying we're going to get in there early. We're going to do, we're going to show up sooner around these ideas and this money and these resources. I just kind of want to know who's working with you to kind of do the other pieces around education with young people, education with parents, education with principals and teachers. How do you kind of think about your engagement process? Is there a cross-department team? I have my own fantasies around what that might look like. So what can you tell me more?
I'll just give you my perspective on that. Currently, we work with many teams. I know that the instruction side works with sites and parent committees. On the business side, we generally work with the budget advisory committee, different committees on the budget side of the house. We work with PAC. So we do work actively with those groups. And on the instruction side, they work with, because they're working on LCAP, so they're working very closely with the LCAP parents groups and those groups to provide input on the budget process. So,
just to tag on that, have you all thought about how you communicate that out? And I didn't hear you actually talk about young people, so that department. So I'm just wondering, is there a way to communicate that? Again, I don't know if there's going to be a budget development website or something like that, or a way to quickly tell us in between meetings or memos to us to kind of say, here's the results of when we sat down and talked to PAC. Here's the results when we sat down and talked to young people. Because I think, we live in a world where we never do enough, right? To the outside world, but we do a lot also. So I just want to make sure that that's communicated in some kind of real way. And then the very last thing is that we went through this budget reduction thing, and it was so incredibly painful to think about restorative justice work. I mean, again, I kind of talked about the cherry picking that I felt like I tried not to do, but to see foster care and things like that be kind of well, we have to cut at this level. And I know we're trying to restore. So I just, again, want to know strategy, that there is a clear racial equity lens that is showing up when we think about budget. There's a real clear lens around young people. And again, I think that those are practices and I want to say practices, skills that I think we're all kind of learning and having to get better at. So some of this is my question to you and my ask to you, and again to the cross teams strategically and to the superintendent, that on the front end we can kind of name the importance of certain things, because it means students are going to get this. African American students can get benefit as a result of these things. So again, I know that that's not necessarily all of how you move, but I think inside this organization we're going to have to be kind of melding those frameworks and those values together. So thank you in advance for the work.
Great, thank you. I just have a few questions also. This is the same question I asked at the first interim, but just so that it can be explained publicly around, I see that you're recommending a positive certification. We know that in the first interim, for various reasons, the county ended up downgrading us to a qualified. If you could explain what meets a positive versus qualified certification, and the reasons why you're recommending a positive certification that would be helpful just so that folks can understand. And also just in relation to the budget reductions and the recent settled contract. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of our budget certification, we have to put our actual budget through what's called the SACS software, it's the state software system. And within that system, it has what they call criterias and standards. And if there are abnormalities about the information, it kicks out an error message, and we have to either correct or explain why that information is either incorrect or why it is not following our trend. And an example was ADA. If we put our information into our budget report and it shows a 92% ADA, and we've traditionally been 95%, then it'll give us an error code, and it'll basically ask why. So I'm saying that to say that once we put all of our information, our numbers, our data, and we've updated that file, the percentages is really what drives our reserve percentage. So for our district, we have to maintain a minimum 2% reserve to be positive. So when we put this information in our state software, for our district, it shows that we're going to be at 2.76%, and we will be at 3.7% in 1920, and 3.3% in the following year. So based on the state's definition of qualified, we would not meet that requirement because we are above the 2% in each year of the multi-year. However, if we were to not meet our minimum reserve in any one of those years, then we would be in a qualified status. If we were unable to meet our minimum reserve in all 3 years, we would be in a negative status. So based on the state's definition, we are required to provide a positive certification. Now, we did recommend a positive certification at the first interim, but I would say that there were a lot of variables in our first interim, a lot of assumptions around labor actions, and I think because that information was not concrete, I think that the county just felt uncomfortable. But I don't think it's because of the information and the data was not, because generally the only time you would see a recertification is if we just really blew an assumption. There was something that we had. And Ophelia wants to add some comments too, but there would have to really. Matter of fact, I'll let her explain that because she's just itching to talk.
If I may explain, the first interim was based on the letter of the county, was actually they're looking to downgrade it. It's because of the audit adjustment that happened that have impacted the fund balance. However, they missed the point that those audit adjustments are already been reserved during our first interim. It was already separated from our calculation of our reserve. So therefore, when we made the SACs, we made it to the minimum reserve requirement for the last 3 years. Now, positive certification means we will be able to meet our financial obligations for 3 years. Qualified means we will meet the financial obligation. We will not meet any at least 1 year of the 3 years. Negative certification is we will not meet all the 3 years our financial obligations. So that is the definition of what the differences of what's positive, qualified, and negative is. So on this second interim, our number shows that we will be able to meet all 3 multi-year projection, all 3 years.
Thank you. That is helpful. And so if we are not required to do a third interim, will you still be bringing budget revisions to the board through the rest of the year?
I would recommend not. And the only reason I would make that recommendation is because we are going to be providing you, our goal is to provide you a real accurate estimated actual. And the estimated actual is where we believe we're going to finish the year financially. So that is something that we would like to bring in May. And we really want to focus on budget development. So I think being able to focus on budget development and giving good estimated actual, from our standpoint, would be a better use of our time.
Okay, so it's rather than, seems like it's a terminology, I was more asking for an update on how we were going to, where we were at for the end of the year. It sounds
And that
like
would be
that
the
is
estimated
an
actual.
estimated actual that would
Yes.
come to the board in May. Okay. Thank you. At this point, we're going to go to public comment. If our student directors, I'm going to have the student directors ask questions first, and then we'll go to public comment. Then we'll come back to the board for more questions and discussions. So if you could stay up here for the student directors' questions, that would be great.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much for the presentation. And this question just goes to the students who are watching at home. They just want to know what the central kitchen is. Would you just mind quickly explain that?
Sure. So the central kitchen is something that we all should be very excited about. I found out about it when I came in the district. It's going to be a new 44,000 square feet kitchen where we will have food production. We will be revolutionizing how food is prepared in this district, and the goal is to have fresh food, fresh farm to school. So we are really excited about that, and that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a distribution center for our citywide schools. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we're going to go to public comment at this point, and then I do believe there are some additional questions from the board or comments. Public comment on the second interim report. Ms. Floyd?
Madam President, we have 5 speakers on this item. Ben Tapscott, Carol Delton, Tanya Kapner, Mark Airgood, Mike Hutchinson.
Well, the charter school experiment is not working. If we look at our public schools and quote unquote our charter schools, those schools, particularly at the elementary level, are performing academically way below our public schools. We don't hear about this. The top 10 public and charter schools, the only charter school in the top 10 is ranked number 10th. In the top 20, there are only 5 charter schools. If we look at the top 30, there's only 12. So many of the low-performing charter schools need to, when they come up for renewal, have some consideration for closure, if, quote-unquote, we're talking academically. Not only do we have more oversight needed, but they don't even adhere to their own charter, and you don't hold them responsible. It says they're to admit all students that apply. But then they turn around and segregate and discriminate and set back integration 50 years. If we look at our middle schools, there are some low-performing charter schools. 3. If we look at our high schools, that's where they excel. So many of the parents that thought everything that glittered was gold has found out it's not true. Charter schools in Oakland were not designed for black students. It's to prevent white students from having to go to school with black students. So that is starting to change, and maybe that's why your enrollment is flat.
Thank you.
Tanya Kapner, Equal Opportunity Now, by any means necessary, Teachers Caucus, Oakland Education Association Executive Board. I want to first of all thank everybody that walked the line in that tremendously strong strike, in particular the parents and the students of Oakland. And I want to say I'm proud to be part of the 42% of teachers that voted no on that contract because of the strength of our strike and because we know our students and our members deserve so much better. And I'm here to say that there is money for the Oakland schools and that we are going to continue to fight to stop school closures, to stop the expansion of charters. I'm here to say no to budget cuts. This board was trying to pass that $20 million budget cut since what, November, December, and you did it the day after the strike ended, despite hundreds of people down here telling you not to do it. This is a lie. That AB 1840 or whatever it is does not mandate school closures. This board is filled with lies and violence against this community, and we are going to continue to mobilize and fight to stop the school closures, to get what our students deserve, which is not separate, unequal, and to fight against budget cuts and to say no to all layoffs. So I'm really proud to have been on strike, and I see Oakland standing up, and I see the Black and Latino communities of Oakland and all the immigrant communities and all the progressive communities of Oakland committed to getting rid of this scandalous school board who has stood against our community time and time again, and to getting the money we deserve from Sacramento, from the port, from 1000 Broadway being gone, from all the ways it could be done. We want books, supplies, smaller class size. We don't want school closures or charters at the expense of an equal quality public education. And I'm here to say no to your attacks and that, yes, this fight is going to continue. I'm proud to be part of the 42% that voted no because our strike was strong, and Oakland will continue to lead the way despite this school board.
Thank you.
Mark Airgood. I'm also Eon BAM Civil Rights Caucus. I'm secretary of the OEA. I'm a special education teacher at Edna Brewer Middle School. Also voted no on the contract, on the tentative agreement. I believe that the strike in Oakland and the massive community support we had for that strike was an important step forward for California and for the country, with teachers, the community, building a mass movement around and to defend public education from the 40-year attack we've seen. It's a scandal in California that for 40 years we've had austerity budgets for the schools. The richest state in the country sitting on $21 billion of a rainy day fund. Every day is a rainy day for the students of Oakland who are under constant attack. The strike was a step forward. The strike in Los Angeles, the Oakland strike is part of a national strike wave, was a step forward in raising the issues that are central to defending public education. Ending the charter schools, stopping the school closings, defending special education, cutting California class size. I am confident that this movement will continue, that we can stop school closures, the attacks of this board who have been all too willing to carry through austerity budgets and impose these conditions on the schools. This strike was a real turning point, and this movement is a turning point. I also congratulate and thank all the communities of Oakland, the teachers of Oakland who stood up, the students of Oakland who will stand up for public education and continue to do that.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Carol Delton. One item that I'd like some clarity on, perhaps other members of the community as well. Director Gonzalez mentioned some additional notes. Are those within the slides, or is there someplace?
They're within the slides.
Okay, so there's one slide. Okay, so I will look for that, and all detail is appreciated. I would just like to say, in response to the presentation, that a 3.4% COLA is not flat revenue. 3.4% is an increase. There's going to be a COLA each year, and I hope that the teachers are compensated at that rate, if not more. I did want to come back to Fund 67, and the reason for that is that the amount of money in Fund 67 so greatly exceeds what's been in that fund in past years, the 80-some million dollars. It exceeds a combination of the FCMAT estimate of $9 million for HGBG plus $25 million, which would be a high estimate of past years, by $43 million, which, you know, again, really exceeds positions that you cut, exceeds what OEA was asking for, exceeds the raise for everyone. So my question is, first of all, what is the source of that money? Because it's listed as local revenue. It's not listed as a transfer from Fund 1. Second of all, why is that $65 million expenditure reflected there but doesn't reflect a parallel reduction in employee benefits? And third of all, how does that relate to the auditor's actuarial recommendations, which at audit committee were significantly lower than the $65 million? Thank you.
Yeah. Page 23 is where the notes Director Gonzalez was referencing.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. I think the argument about whether enrollment is flat or declining really highlights a lot of the problems we've been having here. You know, the staff clearly presented that enrollment is, the projections are flat. We actually got that same projection at the Fiscal Vitality Committee meetings months ago that showed enrollment is flat. So I don't know why a board member would think something otherwise when we have this information and these facts. So I want to know why in here it says that an AB 1840 report was submitted by FCMAT that had a preliminary deficit calculation of $7 million. There's nowhere in this budget, this interim report, any of the revisions, that ever showed a $7 million deficit. We've been told over and over we don't have a deficit this year. What about the $65 million increase in expenditures that still hasn't been explained? And what is that money being spent on? Because that requires the board approval. But how can FCMAT declare a $7 million deficit when that information hasn't been given to the community and it's not what's being presented here? And I read that FCMAT report. All the source information that they had from the board meetings, all these presentations, most of those reports have never been voted on, and a lot of them are factually inaccurate, and they can't be source information for that report. And the board missed the deadline to do that vote yourselves. So again, why is FCMAT saying there's a $7 million deficit? And how did we go from a $23 million surplus on this year's budget to a $7 million deficit if you have all this extra help and all these extra people watching? Now, 3 years ago, you told us the reason for this financial crisis was transportation, special education, and food services. Then last year it changed to the rising increase in PERS and STIRS. Now you're trying to tell us it's because of the new teacher's contract. None of them are true. You keep changing the reason, and we need an explanation of these numbers, and how can FCMAT submit different numbers than the community has been presented?
Hello, my name is Christy Thomas, and I'm a parent of a Kaiser student. And I have a question for our finance administrators. So if we're making assumptions about our ADA remaining flat, I'm wondering how this will be affected by the news of school closures. And how will these declines in ADA be forecasted in the result of school closures? School closures are unlikely to save any money, but they will definitely harm students, they will harm families, and they will harm communities. The only way to direct more money to students and to ensure fiscal vitality is to radically cut the administration. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grace Bigler. I'm an OUSD graduate and teacher. I just want to call attention to some harm that has been caused in our community by some rhetoric that has been used by some members of the board, including the superintendent. I want to recognize that a norm of these meetings and of this organizing body is to assume positive intent, but I want to surface an assumption that you guys have been expressing, both in public platforms and Twitter stuff that I've seen, and as well as emails sent to the entire district, that the contract with with the raises for teachers is coming at the expense of student services. And I just want to acknowledge that the trickle-down harm, well, I also just perceived an attempt to delegate a responsibility to repair that harm or communicate that harm between students and teachers to the financial team, which I think their job is to do numbers. You guys represent the public face of this district, and the comments that have been made about teachers accepted a contract at the detriment of students has caused real harm in my students' hearts and in my classroom. What I want to call you to do now is to act as a collective body, another norm of yours, of Oakland Unified School District, and refrain from attempting to undermine teacher-student relationships based on financial decisions made by this democratically elected body. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers at this time? Okay, seeing none, let's go back to board questions if there are any additional questions. Director Yee, why don't you kick us off? We're going to do 3 minutes this round.
Thanks. Could I have the fiscal team for just a second? So I'm looking at slide 13, the unrestricted change from revision 3. So I'm still trying to get to, how you highlighted the deficit, and you explained that it was partly the restricted and partly the unrestricted. And so I'm looking down the revision 4, which is what we're looking at now, which is what you're presenting. And see if I understand it right. We have in that column, we have revenues and expenditures, and we have a net increase of $4.489 million down on line net increase. So I'm just trying to understand, is that the number that we are calling the unrestricted increase or deficit?
That's correct, surplus.
Right, so that's actually a 5.5% surplus, a $5.5 million
surplus, correct.
Right, and then I'm assuming, because I'm looking down at reserve for economic uncertainty at 16.7, at 2.75. So don't we have a goal or standard of a 3% ending reserve for this coming year? No.
Our state minimum is 2%. Our board required is 3%.
3%. That's what I'm asking.
Director Yee.
Clarification, it was 2.5% for 18-19 and increased to 3% in 19-20 and 2021.
I see. So it's not until 19-20.
It was an amendment.
So
by the
actually,
board.
we have a higher. We're on our way to a 3% reserve. And so I'm just wondering about this this ending combination of the ending fund balance and the surplus of 5.5. So is that what you're expecting, that we'll end the year with a $5.5 million surplus revenues over expenditures in the unrestricted budget? Is that do you feel pretty confident about that?
We're confident. It's, as of today, it's 5.5, and we're still continuously updating our budgets and also our LCFF depending on how we close the year end.
Right, so then the question is, I saw I think in the paper or something, that FCMAT was reporting a $9 million or something like that deficit. So is this a difference that we have with FCMAT, or are they including all of our accounts?
I believe on FCMAT report, they actually qualified the report that it is based on what currently they know as of that date of the report. And they are using the first interim as their starting point.
Oh, I see.
This report is second interim.
Okay, thank you.
Director Gonzalez.
Thanks. I don't know what slide it is. When I take my notes, I don't put the page number, sorry. But there is reference in here to the idea that our unduplicated pupil count, you guys have it projecting to increase over the next 2 years. So it's in the I think it's in the multi-year projections, but I want to understand why you all are projecting our unduplicated pupil count to increase as a percentage, because my understanding is over the last several years it has actually gone down. I think when I joined the board it was like 75%, and now we're at 73%. Okay, here it says we're at 76%. So maybe we've gotten better at documenting who's an unduplicated pupil. So you guys, it sounds like, are assuming that that documentation is going to improve. And the reason I'm asking this is because gentrification does not appear to be slowing down in Oakland, and our percentage of white students is actually increasing. So I'm wanting to understand at the same time that our number of white students is increasing, you all are projecting our unduplicated pupil count to increase as well. So maybe you can explain that.
Yeah, unduplicated count represents not by race, but by economic, socioeconomic status. I would say foster youth
English language
and
learners.
English language.
Yeah.
So we're using based on the CalPADS that is already certified by the state, meaning it cross-references on all other districts as well. So we're using that 76% for this year, and 77 actually we have been consistent on 77%. So that is how we project it. We're using the CalPADS actual certified with names of students and demographics.
Okay, thank you. Does this projection for STRS and PERS include or not include the January budget proposal from the governor to pay down some of the pension debt?
We have not incorporated the changes of STRS rates because it has to go to a legislation.
Okay, so in June, these numbers may be different based on whether the governor is going to use some of the reserve fund. Okay. And then this is a suggestion. In May, when you bring us the first draft of the budget, it would be really helpful to see better connection. I think this is the piece that we've never done well, is to connect the budget, the draft of the budget, with our goals as a district. There's always been one document that was the LCAP, and then one document that was the budget. And so what I'm asking is to see more narrative, and you guys have gotten, I also see here, more narrative. So I appreciate that the trends have really been called out and identified in words rather than numbers, because that's helpful for me and I think a lot of folks in the community. But it would also be helpful when you guys bring us the first draft of the budget for there to be words used to connect our goals as a district with the investments that we're making as a district in a more digestible way.
Director Hidden-Hodge, do you have any additional questions?
So could you help me understand reserves, please? I think it's page, is it 10? No, it's not. It's 7. Yeah. So could you in 2 minutes or less talk a little bit about how this number how it has changed, and again, kind of the premise of how does one get to reserves? Because I think a lot about our structural deficit and our deficit kind of spending. So I'm always happy when we can save, and I'm always really happy when I see there's a little bit more added too. I'm not definitely of the ilk of like the aggressive reserve, because I don't think I should compare myself to Long Beach or Podunk, California, right? That can do that. We have very different realities here. So could you talk a little bit about like this shift and this change that has happened?
Okay. Reserve is calculated based on a percentage of the total expenditure, budget expenditure, which means that includes restricted and unrestricted and any outgoing funds. So that's the numerator, the denominator. The numerator is actually what is your fund balance available in order to support a 2% or 3% or 10%. So reserve, the purpose of that is to ensure that any fluctuations on the budgets will not affect the normal operation of the district, which means ideally it should be 17% on an ideal world, because the fluctuations of revenue and expenditures of the school budgets is really volatile. So the reserve is meant to safeguard any unnecessary interruptions of school operations.
And so if there were some catastrophe, this reserve could potentially be used to like cover healthcare benefits or salaries. I don't know. If there's an earthquake, a building structure, I don't know. Like,
Correct.
does it, so the reserve is relatively unlimited in terms of its usage?
Correct. Yes. Reserve is actually, it's like your safety net. I would translate it to an analogy of your equity of your home. That you don't use your equity of your home to pay off your telephone bills or electricity bills, but then your equity of your home helps you on some emergencies if there's some unnecessary expenditure.
Just for
It's the
clarity,
same
so
thing.
this increase is based on a projection of where you're seeing greater combined revenue over the years. And again, is that because we're feeling savings? Like what I think I'm trying to also get to, what has made this look better?
Fund balance is a cumulative savings that you save over the years. So when you have revenue, total revenue, and total expenditure, when you offset the two, and when you always spend more than what you earn, then you end up with deficit spending. That is equivalent to structural deficit. But if your revenue is more than, you're spending only within the revenue that you earn within the year, or having a surplus like 5.5 million that we see now, then we're building our fund balance that will go to our reserve.
And the cuts that we did allowed us to get these kinds of savings, right?
Correct.
Thank
yes.
you.
Did our student directors have any additional questions?
Sure. Okay, I guess I'm just wondering about the timeline and how this, like, the fact that there's an increase in the reserve by 0.74% in the next school year, how this information is being presented after the vote for the cuts and after like students were specifically asking to reduce the reserve. So maybe this is just my distrust of OUSD in general, but like why is this information being provided now? And I wonder, like, okay, so if there's this like increase which is going to the reserve, like why do we have to make cuts to increase our reserve? Like, I don't understand the rationale behind that.
School district is required to maintain at least 2%. This size of school district is required to maintain 2%. Now, if we don't maintain that minimum 2%, we will end up with negative certification. So the reason why we are having cuts is because based on our current expenditure, we are not meeting the 2%, and the board is requiring us to have 3% or more. So that's the reason why we need to reduce our expenditures so that the money that we are earning the current year is sufficient enough to cover the current expenditure. If we are over, it's like a bank. When you withdraw your money more than what you have, you incur penalty. It's almost the same logic. It's like we have to spend only the amount that we earned for that particular year so that we could have sufficient reserve to meet the requirement of the state.
To go like back and forth with you, but like I guess what I was saying is that if the reserve is going to increase in the 2018-2019 to 3.74%, and the board is asking for 3%, I'm just like wondering where the priorities of this district are. If students like, oh God. I'm just like wondering where the priorities of this district are if students, like hundreds of students showed up to the last meeting and we approved this cuts and now we have a 3.74 reserve. Like it's just.
I think I think the one thing I want to emphasize to you is that the budget is very fluid. So when we present a budget a month ago, we have to capture everything at that. It's like a moment in time based on everything we know in that moment. Of course, since that time, we have more information. There are more updates. So the best that we can do is to project based on what we know at this time. When we show our budget at the end of this year, it may go to 4%. And I'm just being honest with you, or it might go under 2% because there are a lot of things that we don't know right now. But when we update the budget, that's what it's going to show. But I just want you to understand that every time we update the budget, it's going to change. But we have to do it. We have to capture it in the moment that we are updating it. So.
Director Amasoho, I think what might be helpful is if you go to page 19. And this is what we've been talking about in terms of some of the fluctuations we've seen historically, and even although our budget has stabilized to a point this year with some new leadership and individuals, you can see that even from the unaudited actuals, which we received in September, this is for the current year, we were looking at a 3.28% reserve, and it went down to, in October, that was only 3 or 4 months later, went down an entire percent to 2.26%. So it had fluctuated a percent below, which is dangerously close to the 2% minimum reserve, which was what led us to the mid-year cuts last year, which were really challenging. And so I think when we're hovering so close to the 2% and we see those types of fluctuations, you see that now we're up again to 2.76%. But I think as we're hearing is that particularly now it's always kind of a moving. Fluctuating as they're kind of scrubbing the numbers and better fine-tuning, and so I think that is why, as a board, we did say that at a minimum we felt comfortable with 3%, but we actually set a reserve goal target much higher than that over the long term, because we wanted to get out of the cycle of hovering so close to the 2% that we were in the situation that we were in last December, which none of us want to be in again when we have to look at mid-year cuts for that current year. So with that, I had a few more. Director Torres, did you have any questions about the second interim report, if you're still on?
I'm on, but no, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I did have a few other things, but I think that just the main thing is that it sounds like we're going to get additional estimated actuals in May, and then starting in May, we'll start getting more updates on the 1920 budget development. We did add another budget meeting on June 5th, or another regular meeting for the budget on June 5th, so that perhaps that could be incorporated into the timeline to be able to dedicate more time to be able to dig in and ask questions on the 1920 budget as it goes along. So with that, I believe we're ready for a roll call, Mr. Rakestraw. Oh, looks like there's another question, Mr.
It's just one comment regarding community engagement. So the superintendent sent out a message related to the budget on Friday. As a part of that message, we asked for feedback and questions to come in to the district. We've taken those feedback and questions and answered those that we could answer, and so they're on our Fiscal Vitality website. And
excuse me,
That's not engagement, you know it.
Ms.
So as I was saying, we added answers to the questions that were submitted on our Fiscal Vitality website. We're going to try to
Mr. Hutchinson, please don't speak. Please don't yell, okay? Mr. Christmas, go ahead.
As I was saying again, on the Fiscal Vitality website, we've attempted to answer the questions that were submitted. We would like to make that a regular practice. So we're
Mr. Hutchinson, please. Mr. Christmas, could you go over the website again so folks?
It's ousd.org/fiscal vitality, where we've placed most of our financial information. It's the same site. We're adding to that questions that we have received in anticipation of this presentation, and we are seeking to do that as we go forward, and we have additional presentations to seek questions before and after, and then post answers that don't come up in discussion here, but we know that the community is asking us. And so
Fiscal Vitality website
Yes.
under OUSD.org.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christmas. All right, Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to adopt the second interim report, which is item 19-0353, Student Director Amasoho.
Yes.
Student Director Chavez.
No.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
And President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. At this time, we're on item I2. This is the low-performing student block grant that we did talk about at the last meeting. We did receive a waiver. It looks like Deputy Chief Aguilera is here to explain. We did receive an extension, and we are here to re-adopt it, I believe. Ms. Aguilera, if you could explain why we're revisiting this topic.
Sure, yes. Good evening, board directors, student directors, Superintendent Johnson-Terrell, and community. My name is Sandra Aguilera, and I'm here to provide an update for the waiver process. When we contacted the state compliance manager for this particular grant, they had notified us that the state had provided districts an extension until March 15th to bring this item forward. Given that the item is to be read and understood during a regular board meeting, since when we brought that forward, it was a special board meeting. Upon consulting with General Counsel McWilliams, she suggested that we bring it back this evening for reconsideration. You will notice the item is updated and with the board's recommendations in terms of the amendments that were made on the floor for this item. So the item is before you. We ask for reconsideration and readoption of this item.
President Ng, I will move
Thank
adoption.
you.
Second.
Great. It's been moved and seconded by Director Gonzalez and Director Yee. Is there any other questions? We did discuss this in detail at the last meeting.
I have a question.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
I have a question. So, so I did read it, and I saw, I think again some of the kind of number changes around it. I'm wondering, did you have an opportunity to talk to any of the PSAC members, or did you send this to the PSAC, and did you get any feedback from them?
So yes, we did have this on as an item with PSAC. We didn't get a chance to go through it completely. That was the same evening that the reductions were also covered, so we spent most of the time reviewing the reductions. They did have a chance to comment outside of that evening. They had the document that you also have, and I received other comments considering the different scenarios. So the scenario, I believe it was 1 at that time, which is to hold funds centrally and also give the majority of funds to school sites, was the preference of 3 members. And that was the majority of the responses that I received in terms of their feedback.
And so when you found out, like on March 2nd or March 1st, that you had an extension, have you talked to PSAC people?
No, we did not go back to PSAC. Their next regular meeting is in April. It's
So
April 17th.
Did you email them and let them know that there was an extension?
No, we did not notify them that there was an extension. We just found out in order to bring this item to the board on that Thursday that these items were due.
I just feel a little disappointed because, yeah, that was a really hard meeting where people really felt like they didn't get an opportunity, and I get that, like, you know, individuals emailed and took responsibility around that, so again, I'm always just, like, curious as to, like, you're doing your job, you're getting the compliance piece together, you're doing that, but, like, where is the kind of, like, then move into, like, some really authentic, you know, engagement, even when the timing's bad, right? So if we got allowed a little bit more grace because of the 1st through the 15th, like, that to me seems like a lot of days that you could have been engaging with PSAC, right? And again, maybe not through the Brown Act, not a technical meeting, but to say we have more time, like, what do you think about these things, even in terms of the board recommendations? So that, I mean, I just like to see us always kind of improve in that way. And then the other piece I had around this is there a disaggregation of data around race at the school sites? Because I know you've given me 45% African Americans, but I want to know of the 17, I'm almost making this up, I think it's like 17 at Montera, 17 students at Montera. Like, I would like to kind of know racial breakdown around that. And then, again, there is this assumption that these are like middle class students as well, right? Because they don't meet the other LCAP.
The unduplicated counts.
Right. So is that disaggregated data at all?
We have that in our RAD department. We can
Okay.
follow up and provide that information.
Okay. So yeah, down the road, I think for me, again, because I don't believe that we pay attention to race enough, and that race matters to me, especially if they're low performing. So to me, strategies have got to be targeted in that particular kind of way. So if it's just 17 kids at Montera and we don't have a sense of, that they're Southeast Asian and that looks different around what the strategy should be, those are, if you come back to report back to me, those are the kinds of questions
Sure.
that I'd like to know. And I believe that ultimately those are the strategies that are going to maybe help us get a little bit better. And I did also have a question about a little bit understanding of like root cause, like how did these kids kind of fall through the cracks? And so is there something inside their system that doesn't pay attention to them in the proper way? Or again, is it a training skill set, that type of thing. So again, hopefully like we'll learn a lot and obviously embrace these young people to get, stronger. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take public comment on this item, and then we will vote. Public comment on item I2.
We have one, Mike Hutchinson.
My name is Alan Purcell. I'm the District 1 PSAC member. No, we did not have time to adequately discuss this because we were busy dealing with the budget reductions and the amount of data and that. We did have a sort of response, but 3 members is not quorum. Quorum for the PSAC currently is 11, and we have not been informed at all of any extension of this. And once again, we're sort of hot about it. 2, I would like to understand why the district needs to take 4% of the total amount for operating costs, or 8%, whatever it is. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, this is starting to be a really big problem. That's a member of that committee, and he had to come up and speak because staff got up and said that committee had weighed in a certain direction. And now we find out that there was no vote by that committee, there was no quorum, and so how are we operating that way? There are statutory requirements. It's really insulting to have somebody come up here and say, oh, well, you can submit your questions to a website if you have questions. For the last item, we actually all stood up here and asked questions directly here. And instead of answering those questions, your response is to say, oh, come and find our website and we'll answer it there, when we all know that questions aren't answered there. We've had the same questions over and over. This shows the dysfunction that's going on within the district. How you play loose with the laws and with the requirements for our money. This is $1.4 million. This is not pennies. It requires votes by a parent-student advisory committee. It requires votes from the school board. There are statutory requirements, and we don't even follow them. And so on the last issue, it is a huge problem if FICMAT submitted a report that said there was a $7 million deficit in OUSD. Because I go to every meeting and read every budget report, I've never seen that number anyplace. And then when we see staff present on something that's really not true, or we see a school board member argue with whether enrollment is flat when we just see that report, that's why we can't believe a word out of your mouths at all. And if you did things differently and you actually engaged the community, You know, we're here because we care and because we think that we have solutions that could help out. But you don't include us at all, so we're going to keep hitting our head up against this wall. If there's no community engagement over the budget process this year, I hope you guys see how the community has turned. It's not going to be like the last couple of years. You're welcome. We need much better than this, and this is hundreds of millions of dollars.
Thank you.
When we talk about enrollment, I've brought this to the school board before. We really need to look at our feeder patterns. The fact that West Oakland, is this on? 300 kids every morning having to leave West Oakland because we won't move 168 students and give West Oakland a middle school. That feeds into McClymonds. The question is why? If I look here at academic performance with our elementary schools, we have 18 low-performing elementary schools. I don't know if this is going to address these 18 or not. We know it starts in the 3rd grade. And then I also understand now you're threatening to do something about Kaiser. Kaiser is ranked 13 out of 70 elementary schools. And you're considering closing that school? You did enough when you closed Roots. That was very embarrassing and disgraceful to do something to those students. You did the same thing to Lafayette when you stuck a charter school over there and moved those kids to West Oakland and Martin Luther King and Prescott. And then you want to talk about feeder patterns? We don't have feeder patterns in West Oakland when 300 parents have to take their child outside of West Oakland. We don't have a feeder pattern at Frick when they surrounded that school with all middle schools. There are no feeder patterns to make sense. So how are we going to count ADA and all this other stuff being flat when you create hardships on parents when you don't have schools in their district? The only good thing about that is out of 300, most of them come back. They try to get in Tech, they try to get in Oakland High, and then they settle for McClymonds. The quality of your education should not be determined by your zip code.
Thank you. Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for roll call, please.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I just have one more question for Dr. Angelera. Because I make these pronouncements and these speeches around race equity, and then I go, we have an equity department, and we do kind of race-specific work. So what was the engagement with like AFI or PISA? Because again, because we do some kind of racially specific work in the district, what's their thinking? And again, if we had a little bit of time, I'm wondering whether or not there was a window to engage, if at all. But like, what's up with that department and that?
So we have not made final decisions on how these funds will be implemented in terms of the central office opportunities. The decision, or I guess it was the amendment, was made just recently to hold more money centrally.
So the question is, what was the engagement with the Office of Equity, or like an AFI with an Nzinga, or with
if you'd like to make a call,
I always
please
say
hang
Chapman,
up.
but it's really Mr. Gordine.
So we were not planning to hold that much money centrally.
No, I'm not asking about money. I'm not asking about money. I'm asking about if there's an expertise inside of our district around African American girls, and the idea that possibly inside this block grant we are going to support African American girls that are middle income, that go to a school in our district and is not performing well. Where is it that we've engaged AFI in that?
So we haven't. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we were not going to maintain funds centrally. We were pushing most of it out to school sites. So with the change
so you know
that
how
the
I feel
board
about pushing money out to school sites? Pushing money and you don't have expertise or you don't have a skill set to do the work, doesn't matter how much money you push out. So this is, again, I don't want to talk about money. I want to talk about what is the strategy, what is the skill, what is the thing that we're going to do different in order to serve that African American girl differently at that school. And again, it doesn't make sense to me if we have expertise inside the district we invest in departments, we invest in, you kind of understand? I'm
I
not
do
talking about
understand what
money.
you're saying. So
I'm
we
talking
have
about skill.
We have provided schools a list of options that they can choose to invest and add to the current interventions at their school sites.
Okay.
So if your recommendation is to make sure that schools have access to our central departments in order to
Right.
further examine their interventions, that is something we can push
Yeah,
out
I
to
think
school
like
sites.
moving away from compliance and moving a little bit more into like, how are we thinking about, again, kind of skills and application in a way that actually works. Because
Yes.
again, I don't agree that all the money in the world doesn't change how a child is actually educated, right? It can, we could.
Yes. Okay.
My folks did it underground if they wanted to learn how to read. So that's not what's driving it, right? So, okay. So I look forward to hearing more about that.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for roll call, please.
Okay, on the, one moment, Madam President. Okay. All right, on the roll call to adopt this item, which is 190476. Student Director Amasoho.
Yes.
Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
Okay. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director E.
Yes.
Director Torres. Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're now on item I3 to I5. These are recommendations coming out of our Measure N Commission. I believe we have our chairperson here to present, our chairperson and former board president and board member, Mr. David Kakashiba, to present on item I3, I4, and I5 for the board's consideration for approval. Mr. Kakashiba.
Good evening, board members, Madam Superintendent, student board members. There are three items before you. I take that you're going to take them separately. The first one is a proposed restated financial management policy for the use of Measure N dollars. The commission and staff, so for the last couple of years, the board adopted financial management policies, I think a little over 2 years ago. And in that time period, we've learned a lot, we've done a lot, and the restated policies reflect that work and the practice that the commission and staff have been on in the disbursement of those dollars. Specifically, the reason why we're making a restatement is that the original set of policies were sort of time-bound. It talked about a particular fiscal year and a particular kind of project or purpose of the funding. And so we removed all those. And there's probably one substantive change in the policy, and that is schools are able to, if schools have 10% or more of carryover, proposed carryover dollars from one fiscal year to another, the current practice is that's been handled administratively. But the commission has found that there's probably a handful of schools that have a significant carryover year after year over the last 3 years. And we've been trying to get underneath why that is the case. Staff has done a lot of research on that. In many ways, I would say the commission kind of fell on the position that largely it's more of a management issue and less of a policy issue that to be able to correct it. However, the current policy says that a school can carry over those dollars for 3 years consecutively. And by the end of that third year, if there's any leftover money, that gets swept into the contingency fund. And because of this kind of ongoing situation with some of the schools, we felt that it was best that there was some sort of a sunshining of the carryover situation. And so the restated policies modifies the current policy to state that those schools that have more than 10% can carry over, but they must submit a written request to carry over and clearly delineate as to why the carryover exists, and then how carryover money would be used to advance their education improvement plan for the coming year. So then that would be sunshined in the commission, be a public document and a public discussion. And our hope is that we would be able to shed more light as to why some of our schools are having large carryovers, and hopefully being able to help facilitate both the school and the school district to be able to basically spend the money and not have chronic carryover. So that's the main thing on the financial management policies. Do you wish to talk about the other ones?
Do you want to take them? Oh, we don't actually even have a motion on the floor. Is there a motion to approve item I3?
Move adoption.
The financial management policies.
Second.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Is there any questions on that first item I3?
I do.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Hi, former Director Kakashiba and Commissioner. So you know me.
Yes, I do.
So, you know, I just spouted this whole thing around money at school sites, and you get money and then you don't know what to do with the money.
Right.
You don't know how to manage the money. So I'm kind of wondering why we're going, if you feel like there's a pattern that you've now seen, and it's like 3 years in, you haven't used the money, why are we asking for a proposal to, so I want to support this, but I actually don't support that part of it. Like, I think that there's a clock and the time is up and that's it. Don't give me a proposal. This is the most profoundly brilliant, able to tell you what you want to hear kind of community.
Right.
And so I'm kind of like, no, I think if you got a timeline and a sunset, I mean, you can come back, and it doesn't say you can't come back.
Right.
It just says stop not getting it right.
Right. So your sentiment has been the sentiment of the commission unanimously. What I think for us, that what we've discovered is that many of the issues tend to be beyond the control of the school site. There are some schools that I think are where the school leadership wants to move forward in advancing and creating wall-to-wall career pathways. But how would I say, the political and power ecosystem of a given school community poses a massive challenge to be able to implement that. And if you have a challenge of implementing that, you have a challenge in spending the money. There are some schools that have had significant principal turnover that has led to, unclarity around procedures or sort of people being absent in processing. Again, that's not a policy issue, that's a management issue. And so we don't think that we have a situation where schools are given the money and they have carte blanche and to do it, and then they can't deliver. We've actually seen not a whole lot of that case. We've seen some where we believe that schools don't have a clear buy-in to the kind of linked learning career pathway approach. So it's, I wouldn't say it's kind of a get-over, but it is a slippery slope on that. And then there are some schools that their deep understanding about what it means to implement a linked learning approach to their school has been, shallow and has been developing and evolving. And so in those schools, you see real progress.
Yeah, I read the report. So then this next piece that we have to vote on. So I read it, and I appreciated you saying they were on probation, this is what the challenges were, this is where they've grown. So again, I'm asking around extra paperwork to receive a proposal, and even the bias that might come up around that, because clearly it's one of those things around, like, this is the group that constantly gets it wrong. So why am I giving them money? But then someone feels like we should give them money. So I guess I'm just like, I don't know. Like, why convince me you need more money that, again, you haven't been able to manage?
Well, I would say that the commission believes that the public process is a powerful motivator. That they are now under the lens of a public process, which ultimately comes back to you. And that's been a real let me just, it's been a motivator. I had other words, but it's not appropriate. So. Yeah.
Good evening, Board of Directors. Preston Thomas, the Executive Director of College and Career Readiness. There are lots of complexities to this, and I think that that's where we wanted to hold schools, at least from staff's recommendation, is to hold schools harmless. And I want to just give you a couple of examples. This is one of the few funding sources that schools can carry over from year to year. So there are also examples of strategic use of the funding. And actually, I'll highlight your school at Life Academy. They actually had the opportunity to bring in a doctor as a teacher to support a medical assisting class. And they knew that in their allocation for 1 year, they wouldn't have enough. So they actually rolled some of the money strategically the following year to bring in a physician to actually be working in the school site. There are other examples where our system itself puts barriers in places for schools that don't allow them to spend the funding, right? Last year's, when we started putting all the spending protocols in, it slowed down the ability of school sites to actually spend their Measure N funding because there were more oversight on the funding. The third example that actually is around the strategic spending of funds is that in our current fiscal system, which I think is a move in the right direction, is when we want to hire for a position, we lock up the funds and we hold the funds so that when the position becomes available, that there's funding behind the position, which has been one of the items in the FCMAT report. But there are also examples, like Skyline is a particular example, where we wanted to hire a health teacher and they weren't able to fill the position for the first semester. That money then becomes carryover funding, and it doesn't necessarily become available to the school until later on. There was also an example in the previous year at Oakland High where a case manager resigned with about 4 months left in the school year. There's not a lot that the school can do in that situation to be able to recap that funds and expend it on a very short timeline. And so one of the things that we agree completely with the commission is creating more of an open, transparent process where it goes to the commission, it goes to the school board, and you understand what are some of the reasons behind the carryover that's moving forward from year to year. But I did want to say that it is incredibly complex. We've had, even this year, one of the school sites had one of their admin that was out on leave, and so there wasn't really anybody even to process orders. And so there are lots of these situations across the system that make it really challenging for schools to sometimes implement a very well thought out plan, but it's just difficult to put the things into place. And we didn't want, from staff's perspective, and I think we came to an agreement with the commission, that bringing some of these things in a very public environment was a very healthy thing for the community to understand what some of the issues were so that we can address them and move forward.
Thank you. So we're going to take up each of the items individually because we have to do public comment on them before we vote, if that's okay. Public comment on this item. Ms. Floyd, do we have any?
We have two, Madam President, Ben Tapscott and Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. It's starting to get interesting when we lump all of these budget issues together that we just heard here. But the voters voted for Measure N to give all of our schools this extra additional money. And it's really a problem when the dysfunction that the school board and district staff have created lead to schools not being able to turn in paperwork, which leads to them missing out on this money that we as voters approved for all of our students to have. And so you're really blaming the victims. You're blaming schools that are so dysfunctional that they can't do a plan for a process that wasn't laid out in Measure N. This was a process created by the Measure N committee. We don't have other oversight committees where it's dependent on the school to submit a plan in order to qualify for the money. This was money that we voted for our students, for all of our schools. It's real easy to do a per pupil allocation, and you put it in the base funding of every school right at the start. So why do we have this extra process where people have to jump through hoops? You know, I remember last year when, lo and behold, the one public school that somehow didn't qualify was McClymonds High School. So why is it our school's job to qualify for money that we as voters already voted for them? And why isn't that part of the initial money? And is it because we have former board members who want to control a little commission on their own and set the rules for themselves? You know, a current board member was on the establishment of that, and now his partner serves on that committee in his place. There's all of these questions when we see schools getting denied money that we voted for them. These become questions. So let's put this in all of our schools' funding, and let's stop blaming our schools for the poor administration and the poor management that you've put in place.
We went through this last year when they were trying to take a lot of money away from McClymonds. I think somebody needs to do their job. The word I got last year from principals is that he would send forms back to them saying they were in the wrong format. Well, his job is to make sure they do it in the right format. If that's the way we're going to operate, it just seems like it's another attack on kids that really need the help because this committee sits down and controls the money. Well, if they're not putting something in writing correctly, that should be his job and not send a memo saying this wasn't in the right format. His job is to make sure it's in the right format. If we're going to play this game with the money, which is what I think it is, why don't we just put it in the budget, eliminate the committee, and let the principal handle the money at the school site? It makes more sense than this stuff.
I'm just wondering how much time the Measure N Commission thinks principals are spending on this paperwork. Because I, as a 9th grade teacher, feel the impacts when my administrators who are trying to support us, are trying to do like interventions for kids and everything like that, are instead having to like spend a ton of time trying to please the Measure N Commission with how we're asking for these dollars that we need. I also have been on the receiving end of emails saying, everybody, we've got to spend all of our money. Like if you end up wanting to take a release day, like we budgeted for a release day, and if you need that, want to use that next year, you've got to do it this year because the timeline is moving out. So, I mean, as a teacher, as somebody who's trying to help guide where this money is going, like I'm not trying to waste it. I'm trying to use it in the best way, and I would like it if we're like, we decide that actually I want to spend that day in the classroom, and we're going to spend a release day at the beginning of next year instead of at the end of this year. Can we like have the flexibility to do what we think would be the best for our kids, how we could use that money most effectively?
Thank you. Director Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I hear the concerns. And I also really believe in the work that our linked learning team is doing and that our schools, we're getting results, right? Our graduation rates are increasing at unbelievable rates that weren't true before Measure N. So I hear it, I hear the concerns, and certainly the intent is not to make more work for teachers and for school teams. There is a theory of action behind requiring school teams to go through the process of developing a proposal and then tweaking it based on the results that folks are getting. So just to be really clear that I think both things are true, that it is creating a substantial amount of work for school teams and that we're getting results for that. So that's how I see it.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Are we ready for roll call?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course. Director
Thank you. So just to be clear, we're asking to create a policy to help support schools spend money. Is that the ask?
The policies are about how the money gets spent, the process for it, so that everybody, all schools, administration, the school board is clear about what the process is, about how you go about spending money. The content of the policies, though, is, I think, as Preston said, is that this funding is unique in the sense that if it is not a case where you must use it or you lose it. If you, for the various reasons, you're not able to spend the money, there's an opportunity for each school to be able to carry over unused money into the next school year. There is no funding source that allows for that. Only Measure N does that.
And this, like, so. Sorry.
I'm
So
sorry?
schools present.
The schools each year present their plan for the next year, along with the budget. And we hear the testimony, and staff makes the recommendations to the commission about funding, and then we act on it, and then it comes to to the school board for final approval. And that, in fact, this is going to happen next month, and then you will see the formal recommendations, I believe, in end of May, 1st of June.
Sorry, last question, I promise. I'm curious about like how students like are engaged in this process. Like, are students on the Measure On Commission, or like do they partner with their school sites to present this to them?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the commission had outlined, and in the Measure N, the actual measure and the actual law, it talks about involving all the major stakeholders in the school, and students are clearly a huge stakeholder in any given school. Each school, though, is very different about how they do that work. I would say, quite honestly, that the commission feels that our schools can do a lot better in engaging students and teachers and parents and a whole lot of other people. And so we eyeball that process, but we only have so much we can do about getting each school to do it really well. And I think one of the directors here earlier talked about whether or not even school leadership has the capacity to really work with students and parents in that kind of a way and facilitate a real good planning process with those groups. But that's the aspiration.
And that's a great question. And I just wanted to say that within kind of the intensive supports or probationary process that is in place, there are opportunities for us. We meet with teachers, we meet with students, and we meet with community around how the school is implementing the plan. And within the school board's governance policy, the Measure N plans do have to go to the SSC that should have student membership. So I think as Commissioner Kakashiba has stated, like each school kind of implements their own governance and involves students in different ways. And I think that is definitely an area that we can improve.
All right. Thank you for all of that. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to adopt 182647, Student Director Amasoho.
Sorry. Yes.
Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
And President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Unfortunately, at this time, we have to take a very short break, just 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:07. We don't have the quorum of the board right now. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we're ready to reconvene the meeting. Apologies for that slight delay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a third roll call?
Yes.
The third roll call?
Yes.
Thank you.
On the third roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Amasoho.
Here.
Student Director Chavez.
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge. I'm sorry. Director Yee.
Here.
Okay. Director Torres? Director Gonzalez?
Here.
Director Harris? Vice President London? And Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge?
Present.
And President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. And before we jump back in, I did want to announce that we did have a special meeting posted for 8 p.m. tonight. It was its emergency meeting for a situation that we have at one of our schools. Unfortunately, we do not have the quorum tonight for that emergency meeting, so that will be postponed till and will be noticed as part of a March 20th special meeting a week from today. So we will not be holding that special meeting today. So we are on item 4. We have 2 more items with the Measure N Commission. Is there a motion to adopt item I4, the Measure N Commission's recommendations on probationary school implementation status, determination, and funding?
Second.
It's been moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Gonzalez. We will turn it back over to Chairperson Kakashiba to take us through this item, and to Executive Director Preston Thomas as well.
We took up a lot of time in the first one. There's not a whole lot of context. These are the recommendations from the probationary schools for funding for 1920. I think in the main that we're seeing a lot of progress with virtually every school, and yeah, I think it's a good upward trend. I'll leave it to Preston for more detail.
Yeah. Good evening again. I think that one of the things is that very early on in the measure, there was a realization that different schools were developing plans and being able to implement them at different abilities. And there was a call for kind of more intensive supports for each individual school and a higher level of accountability. And what that really includes is like site visits, like where we're meeting with students to try to find out how the implementation is happening. And generally across most of the schools, we've seen tremendous improvements in the overall implementation of the Measure N and the 4 pillars of linked learning. Nearly all the schools have improved, and we're bringing tonight several schools that we're asking to be removed off of probationary status, which are Aspire, Golden State Prep, Lighthouse, and McClymonds. And what we've seen in these schools is a deeper understanding of the measure and how to implement it at the school site. There are a few schools that are moving from lower funding levels, and I just want to be clear about that, is that schools that weren't implementing Measure N well, we realized that they didn't probably need the 850, but we would hold the 850 in reserve for when they reached a plateau of being able to implement fully the linked learning model. And Arise and Unity have moved from the 525 up to full funding, but they're still probationary because we want to continue to track their progress and make sure that we're pushing in to find out whether they're implementing it with a high level of fidelity and quality. Oakland School of the Arts is a school that just came on board, and one of the things that we learned through the process is that schools with planning grants need more oversight in the first 3 years. And so Oakland School of the Arts will be getting the same intensive supports for the first couple of years while they're in Measure N, and they're off to a much better start than some of the other schools that started in the first couple of rounds of Measure N. Skyline is the final school that is one of those schools that has all these linked learning pathways. Some of them are certified, but really was struggling with the implementation, and that was due to administrative turnover. And so one of the things that we did with that site is increasing the overall supports for the school site in terms of coaching and visits, but also in terms of the accountability to the commission. There's an additional school that remains at $525 worth of funding. We're holding the rest of the funding in reserve until they come out of probationary, and that's Lionel Wilson. Lionel Wilson, the Aspire school, actually recommended that they stay at that level, and the commission and the staff agreed with their recommendation. One of the schools that has had the largest challenges with implementing linked learning because they're applying a college for all kind of process with AP has been East Bay Innovation. And it was the and the recommendation to the school board is to bring them down to $200 per student because they're really still in a planning process where they haven't put the primary elements of the pillars of linked learning in place at the school site. And so those are the recommendations that we're bringing forward to you and have been approved by the commission.
Thank you. I believe Director Gonzalez has a question.
Is there any limit to how long a school can be on probation? And then help me understand, have you seen the challenges that Skyline is having? Have you seen similar challenges when there is leadership change? And is there a systemic approach being applied to how we are monitoring when high schools have leadership change?
Absolutely. So the window of this is that it's essentially like an 18-month cycle where you would stay on probation if you're in the $850 full implementation, but you need some more oversight. And essentially the mistake that we made in the very beginning is that we were bringing funding recommendations very late in the game, and we realized how destabilizing that was for school communities. And so what we did is we moved that forward so that those conversations are happening in December, the commission is then acting on it in January, and then it's being brought to the board now. So that it's kind of an 18-month window so that at the end of their second full fiscal year that they can come off of probation if they're in full implementation. When a school site has had reduced funding, our expectation is they move up to full implementation and spend the 18 months at that level before they come off. Now, when they come off, the funding that we've been holding in reserve becomes available for that school because we feel like they're implementing linked learning at a quality standard across the entire and each of the pillars.
But could Lionel Wilson be at the $500 level for the full 10 years of Measure N?
I think that is the place where what we're finding is that that there has to be a decision made at a certain point and this is East Bay Innovation Academy is a school that's been in probation long enough that we're stepping down the funding and putting them back in planning funding as a sign that your implementation isn't going and progressing in a positive direction around implementation. I don't know that we've tested. There are schools that have received Measure N funding, several of the charter schools that realized that it wasn't aligned to their vision and have decided not to receive funding moving forward. So some schools have opted out because it does not align with their vision of how to do school and it is in conflict with their school vision.
Right, but that was voluntary. So what happens if, it be 2 years from now is in the same situation? Have you guys thought about that scenario?
I think, yes, we have. And I think after the planning grant, we would be making a recommendation to the commission or to the commission and then to the board around potentially removing them from Measure N. But where we are right now within that cycle, we haven't had enough time to provide the supports and intensive supports for a school to make sure that they're understanding what it takes to implement, provide the coaching and support so that they are probably the test case that is coming through the system right now.
Okay. And then how are you guys thinking about leadership changes in high schools, period, now that we're seeing what's happened at Skyline?
I think one of the things, this is also similar with Lionel Wilson and different schools across the system, both district and charter, is that leadership at the top of the school is incredibly critical to implementing fully the 4 elements of linked learning. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're finding that the communities of practice that we're putting together, the more intensive supports for school sites, is helping them get up to speed faster around what it means to implement. And there are always challenges when you have leadership transitions within the top of a school, but hopefully this becomes, and one of the things that I'm excited about that we're seeing across Measure N is that schools are starting to utilize other funding sources also to complement the work that's being done in Measure N. So they're aligning base funded positions in Ousd so that they're redesigning their school to better support students. And so I think it's really complex. I don't have a simple answer to that, but I think as the system develops and redesigns itself, it does make it easier to have those transitions within the schools, but you're always going to need to provide intensive supports to those schools as they have a leadership transition.
Great, thank you. Director Yee.
Thank you, and thank you for the work and the continuous improvement strategy that you're clearly implementing. I believe that you're coming up with an annual report soon. Do you have a date for that, and could we schedule that? I should probably put it in new legislative matters to see if we can get a full report from the annual report for the board and for the community about the progress and the success, as well as the careful spending and the potential for system change.
Yeah, we did get an update. It looks like the report is now, content-wise, it's all complete. And so staff is just now doing the final touches on the design. We had agreed that we're going to submit it to the board for, if you wish, a formal presentation, but at a minimum, that you would have it on the record in the agenda.
So once we receive it, we can schedule it for April or May.
Are we talking about April?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. All right, any other questions? So we'll take public comment on this item.
I have two speakers, Ben Tapscott and Mike Hutchinson.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate that last year we went through this. And if it wasn't for the board last year after the committee's recommendation, McClymonds got the money. So I go back to this paperwork, and the information I'm getting is that they're not being helped with quote unquote putting their recommendation in proper form, so therefore it's declined. That doesn't sound right. You would think that they would make sure it's right if you do your job. I had 3 principals call me last year, not just 1, 3, saying that they're having trouble putting it in the right format. Well, why don't we just dismiss the committee and have the money go to the school?
Any other comment? Nope. Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the motion to adopt item 182648, Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
Student Director Amasoho.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
And President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're now on item I-5. This is the Independent Auditor's Report for 2017-18 coming from the Measure N Commission.
You have before you the Independent Auditor's Report for the 2017-2018 fiscal year, which the Commission approved last week. There are a number of issues that were highlighted and a number of recommendations. The Commission is going to take up, staff is going to prepare responses to those recommendations, and we'll be taking that up in our first meeting in May, as well as not only those recommendations, but the prior recommendations from the auditor. And there are a number of those recommendations that are already works in progress because they were lifted up last year.
Other questions on this item?
I'm sorry, I forgot there was a 3-bite on this one. So actually, I'm going to be off task a little bit, but just to comment that there was a very clear report, and so for community members, like, go read the report because it is actually in the voice of staff members. It's in the voice of principals. It has the voice of here's where I was, here's how I've improved, here's where I need to improve and do more, right? So this idea that like we haven't just gotten smarter every day is not true. Like we're figuring out how to do this better. And then the other piece is that it would be absolutely inappropriate for us to take taxpayer dollars and just send it out to school sites without any kind of monitoring, oversight by a commission that is built up of the taxpayers, right, that agreed upon that. So again, just like if we let's move into like truth telling and away from kind of like creating these different kind of narratives. So an appreciation for the work, and obviously this audit, I'll move on task with the auditor's report again. Just appreciating that, because I think we've set a precedent throughout the city of Oakland, frankly, about how to monitor and how to stay on task around using taxpayer dollars. So I appreciate the work and the diligence around, holding us accountable to this. Thank you.
Great. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair Kakashiba. I took a look at the auditor's report. It seemed to me that the findings were pretty minor. Is that your analysis? Do you feel like there's anything really alarming that the public or the community should be concerned about?
I would say there's a couple of things that the commission is concerned about. One has been a repeat recommendation or finding, if you will, around how we're monitoring and accounting for disbursements to charter schools. And because they are a separate legal entity, the practice has been where it's essentially a pass-through of dollars. And the auditor is saying there's no way to account for whether or not those schools are spending the money in accordance with the of Measure N. And so I think staff are working on developing essentially a contracting process so that there are clear standards and guidelines for the use of those dollars, particularly as it is lined up to the annual plan, the single plan for student achievement, and the budget. And I believe there will be the thought is quarterly reimbursements with expenditure line items being documented. And I think that process would suffice the auditor. And I think it's a standard practice that goes on, perhaps not with schools, but in other government agencies, the City of Oakland, Alameda County, and it ensures it's a good internal control practice. I think the other concern, I think, is a little less around the sort of financial implications, but we are concerned each year. It's March. The idea is that we would get this report in December and be able to report to you in January. So we are continuously coming to you late, and that's in part because schools' ability to respond to informational requests are uneven. And for me personally, I noted that in the district-wide audit process, and that and it's on the public record. Our independent auditor made very specific observations to that. If the thing about Oakland is, things don't get responded to, requests don't get responded to. I think I think the commission feels that's a problem. It's something much more systemic, perhaps cultural in the organization, and that it has far bigger implications than just Measure N dollars. And so, but staff has heard what we're concerned about. So,
thank you.
Oops, I was not on the microphone. The last question referenced the question I was going to ask, because I know that there was, I know that Director Harris and I attended a meeting last spring, I believe, with some of the concerns from the last year's audit, and it does look like there is some work to be able to support that. Do we believe that will be in place for the 1920 year in terms of addressing particularly ensuring that there will be oversight of the monies that are going to charter schools directly, so that it doesn't continue to repeat on the audit?
Right, absolutely. I think like two key points is that one, we look at the audit as an opportunity to learn from what were challenges in the previous year. And so actually the things that we've implemented for this year won't show up until next year's audit. And so like, you know, we do have a position that's a program manager that is reviewing all the expenditures. We have also already signaled to the charter schools that they have to do quarterly reporting right now on outcome data, and then next year with a transition over to those quarterly expenditure reports and disbursements that happen on the quarter. So like they are aware that that is already happening, and we feel like that will create more of a equitable way of monitoring the expenditures, because the auditor can go into the district's financial systems and find anything about our schools. Sometimes finding the supporting documentation has been the challenge. And in that particular case, I think that the move to Escape actually allows for a tracking number for every single expenditure. And while it is taking staff at school sites, and I think you hear like a lot of frustration around the implementation, like we do feel like in the long run, it is going to put more, an easier process for schools to bring forward the information that an auditor would ask for them.
So just to summarize, so it will be implemented for the 1920 year?
We're making changes like now. I mean, one of the things, like if you look at one of the first audit findings, about 2% of the expenditures within the district were lack of clarity around what's permissible expenses. So we're in a process right now of revising the permissible expenses to align to the measure more tightly. This is very similar to what other restricted funds like Title I and the CTE, Perkins funds and things like that. You're constantly learning what are some of the gaps within the system. So we definitely are constantly changing to align to more closely to support school sites so that they can more easily expend their funds. And there are a lot of challenges that are both with the measure itself, but also with the district systems as well.
Great. And then on the timing of the audit, I don't know if this is better directed to Mr. Battle or to yourself, but on the timing of the audit, do we anticipate being able to see a more timely audit coming to the commission, but then also to the board in the future?
Yeah, I don't mind answering, but if you want to add something. I think that one of the things that there was tremendous turnover in the fiscal department this year with some positions that had key roles within the audit itself. And so that created a challenge. And just a tremendous shout out to my team and Joanna and Nancy, who actually took on and had tracked some of these expenditures and supported the fiscal team. And Ophelia was able to dedicate a staff member towards later on in the process to help find some of the documentation. And so I think that there are some procedural challenges that I think we've worked through this year, and we will be able to have a more timely audit. I feel particularly strongly that the Escape platform itself allows you to pull specific information that the auditor wasn't able to find, particularly around payroll expenses and contracts, extended contracts for teachers and overtime and things like that will be easier to bring forward to the auditor. So I think we'll be able to be much closer to the commission and the board's expectation around that timeline.
Okay, thank you. Director Gonzalez, then Director Yee.
Thanks. Okay. This is for the superintendent. I don't know, but I would imagine, since Measure G1 is newer than Measure N, that there could be similar concerns about how middle school charters are, visibility into how they're using their Measure G1 funds. And so this is just a recommendation that if that hasn't already happened, that there's a recommendation that they engage in a similar process for Measure G1 so that we don't have an audit finding for G1.
And I can actually answer that because we have been learning back and forth between the two measures as to how to best do this. And I think G1 is already doing the reimbursement model, and that's where the idea came from. So the original recommendation in Measure N was to just to give the school sites the funding. We've learned from that, and so we are aligning the process with G1 to account for that. So that's an example of learning across measures that I think is really helpful for the organization.
Director Yee.
I wondered if you have a rough idea of the breakdown between the expenditures that go to the charter schools and the expenditures that go to the district schools. Is it 75-25, or what's the rough proportion of the disbursement? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I don't have the immediate numbers on it. It's enrollment based, and as charter schools are joining into Measure N, like that number will change. My estimate would be somewhere it's about 30%, 20 to 30% going to charters with 70% going to OUSD schools. But I could get back to you with that exact number.
That'd be good, because it's just for a point of information. And I would be remiss, even though this is slightly off target, of our two student board members. Do you experience the Measure N expenditures in your daily school day? Do you, in terms of the academies or the extra services or extra opportunities, staff and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a pathway since my sophomore year. I'm currently in PLTW, which is like the engineering pathway at Oakland High. So I do experience it. I feel closer to my teachers because it's like a smaller community. So like I do see that it works, like Measure N, like specific. Maybe like Ojai just has a really good management team. I don't know, but like it works at Ojai, and I'm just wondering like what the standards are for like other students still, and like bringing equity into it. But yeah, it does work at my school.
And Josue?
Yeah, I would see. Yeah, I would definitely see that working out. Like I'm really like tired right now. Sorry about that. But yeah, I do see it. And I could get back to you. I can write an email like specific examples of it. I'll ask a couple classmates tomorrow morning, and I'll email. Yeah,
okay, great, thank you.
I don't think we did public comment. Public comment on this item.
We have one, Ben Tapscott.
I guess my question is, can this money be used to address the inequities? And I keep going back to the privileged few, the super schools, and then the super schools, and then the rest of us. And this is our money, our public school money. And the fact that there is such a inequity in our high schools, and I want to go there. Of course, some of this should be addressing the 18th elementary schools that are low performing, and it starts in the 3rd grade, and I think our teachers at those levels could have some input on what needs to be done. But the correlation between reading scores and incarceration, and we know that, but we don't address it effectively to where we should make a change. And I threw out once before, why don't we have a special teacher come in at 12 and work till 6 in these 18 low-performing elementary schools? The data is here, and we know it starts in the 3rd grade. I've heard that when I was at Fresno State years ago. The other thing you look at is our curriculums in terms of the 3 schools, Oakland, Skyline, and Tech, average 75 classes. You look at Castlemont, and I'm really surprised at them because they used to have almost 800 students. McClymonds, Castlemont, and Fremont, their curriculums average out to about 35 classes. We have very few advanced placement courses. And with all this scandal and stuff about the SATs and people buying admissions, our kids are already at a disadvantage. So when you look at the electives, the advanced placement, and visual performing arts, McClymonds, Castlemont, and Fremont are really down. When you look at the super schools, they're averaging 75 to 35. So I don't know if some of this money can address some of this stuff or not.
Mike Hutchinson, besides the issues that Coach Tapscott just brought up, you know, I think it was interesting listening to that. When there was a question about audits going forward, it was very clear we don't even have the internal staff right now to do that audit. Staff had to be borrowed. So I find it very hard to call this a model for oversight for Oakland, especially when it comes to the budget issues that OUSD continues to have. You know, there is no position anymore of internal auditor within OUSD. You guys eliminated that position last year after it was unfilled for a year and a half. I also wonder why we're putting all this extra energy into discussing this when we just passed forward a $600 million general fund budget without any of these sorts of questions about it. And we know that as a taxpayer, as somebody who is a voter in Oakland, when this was presented to us, you told us that this was going to be to provide pathways and extra curriculum and services for our students across Oakland. But what we just heard is not only do we not know how charter schools are using it, but that we're denying our public schools access to this money unless they satisfy the Measure N Commission with their plan. It's not written in Measure N that this commission would have the authority to tell a school whether they deserve the money that we as citizens voted for them. Who made the Measure N committee the gatekeepers to our public school dollars that we voted on? And is it because it's a former board president and it was a former board member who was a superintendent who's now back here that they got to set this up? That they left the board after they wrote this? So I have to disagree with Director Yee. Originally, when he first proposed this, yes, it was to move to an academy system, but that changed during this process. And we all know that Measure N is not for an academy system. Otherwise, you would say, every school, here's your money to have an academy system. So why do some schools have resources and access and other schools don't?
Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for a roll call now.
This is not a voting item. It's simply a presentation and
Never mind.
acceptance by the board.
Got it. It was just a presentation. Duly noted. Well, we'd like to thank the Measure N Commission for all of its work and to our chairperson, Kakushiba, for presenting on all three of these items. We'll look forward to the report either later next month.
Thank you.
So we are on item K. Oh, actually, let me just call for any modifications to the agenda. Seeing none, we are on item K, which is the student board members report.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and community. The Ousd City Council Student Union has recently been holding meetings to digest these difficult times and properly plan out the next steps to maintain the 4 student-led priority areas. It has been a difficult transition for all of our students coming back from the strike and the special meeting that took place. Some announcements that we have that are really important and that are going to come really soon is that we're going to be having our middle school, Oakland, and peer resource and ethnic studies that will be taking place on April 26th. The high school ACC Youth Action Summit and the elections, this is going to be our 10th year, will be taking place on May 16th. We would also like to congratulate the girls basketball team from Oakland High and Oakland Tech on their recent championship win. Go Wildcats! Please reach out to us or Aurora for more information on any questions regarding these crucial coming events. Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just moving forward after the last board meeting on Monday and after students going back to school after the strike, I just want to acknowledge that there's harm that has been committed, and it's just a different vibe. I think one of my teachers mentioned this, Ms. Bigler at Oakland High. It's just a different vibe because students feel distrustful of teachers and distrustful of OUSD in general. So it's just difficult for me to move forward without addressing that, and not just speaking for me, but speaking for other students which I represent on the school board, and just asking the community about how students are going to heal from this and how we're going to move forward together. I don't know if that's a circle or just more transparency from the board, but just rebuilding trust, because it's just really difficult to go back to school with just go back into the regular flow of school. Just wanted to acknowledge that.
President Ng, can I just say that I think it's a great idea. I would be interested in having an RJ circle with all city council. I don't know if I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I would be interested.
Yeah. And I had mentioned that we were in conversations earlier. I can talk a little bit about it during my report, but had also offered either we could either do less than a quorum of the board with all city council, or we could even notice it as a full board meeting and hold a circle with all of the board members if that's desired for a special meeting. I think there's certainly openness from the board and from the superintendent as well in terms of recommendation from all city council around what you believe can help to repair some of the harm.
Thank you for saying that, but I'm also like talking about like teachers and students, like not just like on a district level, but on school side specifically. It's just really hard to get back in. Like I'm just like, can I, like honestly, like when I speak to my teachers, I'm like, can I record this conversation? Can you put this on paper? Like cause I don't trust them anymore with the whole TA thing, and it's like, but no one's addressing that, and maybe it needs to come from the school board or from like, I feel like there needs to be like some mandate about just repairing harm on school side specifically, like.
Do you guys have a faculty council at Ojai?
Yeah.
Have you guys reached out to them and asked for some kind of?
Yeah, I've reached out to the culture and climate team, and we're like right now we're planning a circle at Ojai, but I know it's not happening at other schools. So like I just want to make sure like it's a district-wide thing for healing, maybe just like a healing day, just one of the days where like students sit in circle with their teachers.
I think that's a good. I know that is something that I was hearing. From some folks on the bargaining team around the seeing that as a potential challenge and wanting to look at opportunities for there to be opportunities to be able to heal. So I wonder if the superintendent has, if you have any thoughts on that, or if that's something that maybe in a future meeting you could come back to discuss in terms of how to equip some of our school sites to provide those opportunities for students, particularly I think at the high school level, in particular. Got it. All right. She'll address it shortly in her superintendent report. All right. Is there anything else do you want to repeat the dates of those?
The dates are for the middle school meeting will be taking place on April 26th. The high school ACC Youth Action Summit and the elections will be taking place on May 16th.
I know for the middle school in the past there's been invitations to board members to attend. I don't know if that's a desire, but please reach out to us if that is something that you would like us to attend to. I'm sure that there'd be some board members that'd be interested in going. And Director Hinton-Hodge.
Sorry, I had a question. So I just want to be really clear. You just asked for restorative work, and the superintendent seems like she's going to kind of speak to what's happening on school sites. But did you answer the piece around with the board? Was that an affirmative? I wasn't really sure.
I think they were going to come back with a recommendation about what that could look like. I'm not sure. Do you have one now, or I know that when we talked about it before, you wanted to come up with a recommendation.
Yeah, so I can present it to the governing board for all city council, and we can like decide how we move forward from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can just reach out afterwards, and we can work to schedule something, even if it's before the next meeting, because our next meeting's not until April. Well, our next regular meeting's not until April. So.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to be clear about that. And then I just want to, like, Our Joy was a space that I had to go to this past week because of, my experience and the struggle that I kind of went through in this process. So anyway, I just want you to know that like that has been extended to both of you all, just in terms of your leadership and kind of having to hold the space and stand in the gap and do a lot of translation of information. So just know that like, I know that like there's inside of OUSD, but there's also outside that I feel like a lot of people are like really willing to like support and hold space for you. And I apologize if I haven't I don't have your number, so I need to get your number so I can blow you up. I blow up Yoda all the time now. So that's one thing. But then also just an appreciation, really for your work. While there was a strike going on, we didn't have some decisions made about reductions. And just for the community to know that like ACC leadership went and spoke to county representatives, went and spoke to city council, the mayor representatives, I think probably had a one-on-one with every single board member that was, that sits here. And so just really appreciating your leadership, how you took on governance, how you took on really complicated stuff. And I know that there's been a level of frustration and a level of anger, and just wanting to like acknowledge that's very, very real. And knowing also like in our leadership spaces, like we have to hold those spaces sometimes, but then we move through them. And so appreciating you calling it out even today. Like, I'm not trying to stay in this space of like anger and discontent and frustration and like, what do we do next? And again, we may not like some of the outcomes, but again, just so appreciating you all modeling a level of maturity and just focus. So I learned quite a bit from you all over the last few weeks. So thank you.
Anything else? All right, I will continue that conversation on the president's report, because we didn't have a lot of time to discuss based on just the circumstances of the Monday's meeting. We were rushed to a vote before really being able to properly, in my opinion, properly acknowledge much of the students, and also just to be able to just honor not only what we heard, but also the pain that was feeling. I know for myself it was an incredibly difficult meeting and a difficult conversation. I do stand by the commitment to work alongside of you with the superintendent. I think she also has some announcements during her superintendent's report, but to be able to work with partnerships and really be able to advocate together at the city and county, statewide level. Tuesday morning, 8:30 afterwards, we student director and two other representatives from all city council and I met with city councilwoman Fortunato Bass to be able to present, and she did make a public commitment around some of her budget priorities at that time. And so, and we also are setting up a meeting with Council Member Lauren Taylor as well. And so I know that there is the leadership that Director Hinton-Hodges has shared is really it's been seen by the city. I think that you're representing us so well as young leaders, just really advocating on behalf of our students at the city and county level. And so I want to continue to have those conversations and work in partnership with all of your really powerful voices and continue to lift that up. Also, we have an Education Partnership Committee meeting April 1st that would love to have you guys at as well. So we'll continue to be in partnership around all of that. But I just wanted to just really recognize and also acknowledge the leadership that you both have shown, representing thousands of students that I know that you feel so passionate about in terms of just the voice that you're representing and that you're bringing to your role, and that I know that it is a difficult role for you to sit in at some points. And I as I shared before, I'm committed to, and I believe all of us are committed to rebuilding that trust with our students. And so whatever we need to do to repair that through a circle or through the recommendation of all city council, please let us know sooner than later so that we can really honor that space, and then we can also continue to work together moving forward. So with that, the one announcement I did want to make is that, as I announced at the last meeting, we did cancel the regular meeting for the month of March, the second meeting of the month, which is usually the fourth Wednesday. That is spring break. And we canceled that meeting. However, we are having a special meeting next Wednesday, March 20th. It will be here in the Great Room. The public session will start at 7:30. We're having a closed session from 6 to 7:30. We will be addressing a few items that will that need to be addressed before the April meeting. And so that agenda will be posted prior to the meeting. There are several items on that. And so I did want to announce that meeting, March 20th, 7:30 p.m. And with that, I believe that's all of my report for today. We have the superintendent's report next.
Good evening, community, board members. I also want to just kind of reflect on some of the student board members' comments and also echo that there has been a lot of pain. And this is now my third time, unfortunately, going through a strike in our district. And so it takes time. And having been at school sites, I was at a school site, Grass Valley, yesterday, I believe, and the principal was just talking about some restorative justice circles that she held with parents, with teachers, lots of crying, and just communication around what it's going to take to move forward. And so a lot of my message to everyone is, we all have to give ourselves time to kind of like feel all the emotions. It's like a tidal wave of emotions during that entire time. Even though it was painful, I do believe there's a lot of good in terms of advocacy and raising awareness for the state around us needing to really aggressively fund public schools. But in the midst of this struggle, there have been a lot of emotions. And so we all just need to give ourselves time to reflect, to digest how we're feeling, to sit in that discomfort and communicate even with folks that we disagreed with during all of this process. So, and I don't think there's one way. Just in talking to different school communities, people are doing it in different ways. We've started, just providing schools resources, but I think like many different things, some schools are more equipped to really be able to deal with that without any support, and we're finding there are other school sites that are actually needing some external support to deal with whatever issues are at the site. And I think that's going to be, I wouldn't sit here and say that that would end next week. I think that's going to be an ongoing process really for the rest of the year because people heal at different rates. So whatever I can personally do, and I know the board, we're united in this, we're willing to do, or ideas that you all have after you bring it to the larger student youth, and let us know, because there's some things that maybe we can do, and then there's some things where you feel like, no, these are things that you're going to have to do yourself. So thank you for sharing and lifting up what actually is going on as we go through this healing process as a community. And I'm a big believer, we have a lot of retrust to build. Words are great, actions are better, and so I know that the community is going to continue to hold us accountable to actually doing some things differently so that we can rebuild that trust. And in the spirit of trying to get some of that trust rebuilt, I've been talking about wanting to make sure that we're finding alternative ways of funding some of our critical kind of student supports. So I have made the decision to restore the APISA position. I met with the community, and even though we do need to do some redesigning of how we're going to design our equity office and our work moving forward, I didn't want that particular community to feel like they were invisible by the district. So we are making that decision. And I think through a lot of the collective advocacy of students, of board members, I really want to give a shout out to OEA and the negotiations and some of the value of just having RJ as an ongoing practice for how we make sure that we have the practices kind of as a part of the fabric in all of our schools, as well as our chief of staff, our city, our mayor. So now our mayor has pledged to invest between $600,000 and $1 million for the next 2 years. So we're just, for our RJ work, so we're just waiting for that to go through the budget cycle. So we're really excited about that. Based on some of the creative financing of our chief academic officer, Sandra Aguilera, we're going to be using some of the Title I funds to fund next year 1 foster youth program manager and 1 homeless youth specialist. And the team is also working with some local government agencies to try to fund 2 more case managers. And there's also constant work with the city in order to make sure that we're maintaining the funding that we had last year for 2 case managers. And then on top of all of that, some things that still aren't pending, but we're actively working on is just some of our private funders. We have some really positive leads. We've submitted proposals, so we're waiting to hear about that in order to just deepen our work around restorative justice. And as I'll probably just keep repeating, I'm confident we'll get out of this crisis and be able to restore the positions. But what I'm really looking forward to is just the collaborative dialogue to figure out the more sustainable model, so we're not every year crossing our fingers and making sure that we can fund these services. So some good progress has been made, and I'll just continue to provide updates at every board meeting. So again, I just want to thanks to everybody, students, unions, district leadership, board. I think it's been everybody. We clearly have differences of opinion sometimes, but I think this work is just a testament to, the common denominator for all of us is we want to see more quality in our schools. And when we're pulling together, we are able to see progress. My other huge ask is that all of the momentum and a lot of the advocacy from the strike, let's continue that and really focus around public education and how we're keeping that fight going. That's a long-term fight through 2020 and beyond, so that we can not be fighting over crumbs and we can actually have our schools well-resourced. So thanks to everyone, and I look forward to providing you more updates.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. This time, we will have comments by our bargaining unit presidents, if any of them wishes to speak. If so, please come forward.
Good evening, good night, or whatever. I'm Betty Reed Smith, president of SEIU 10-1. I thank you, Superintendent, for some of the work that you've done as restorative justice and the RJ program. We appreciate that effort, and we're willing to work together. But we still have other issues that are on the agenda as far as layoffs in my unit. As I always say when I get up here, I do have members who sleep in their cars, who sleep in their trailer homes, who are under the freeway, who do not have anything but this job. It's what they do in order to stay, be sustainable, and just survive. And so it's a hardship. I shared with my membership tonight what was going on. But we're still, in solidarity. We know that there's no class without classified, because if SEIU gets together, we'll shut the city down. We're not looking at that, but it is a possibility. So we want you to know that we are looking at, because every year my membership is getting less and less each time. And so I know that I represent a whole gamut of folks, and that it's really becoming a very, very hardship for my members. Yeah, the strike was settled, and we're glad about that. We stood in solidarity with OEA out there on the line, and so we know what that means. And so we're not looking to do that, but if necessary, we will. So I just want you to know that we are looking too. So no class without classified.
Thank you.
Good evening, directors and superintendent and student directors. Thank you so much, just so much appreciation for the role that students have played leading up to the strike, during the strike, and post-strike. Without the students, we would not have been successful, and I appreciate hearing from you. And just to let you know that my door is open, that there is a standing meeting with the student leaders of OUSD at OEA. You're more than welcome to be a part of that. And that, I understand that, strikes, we were forced to strike to bring about needed changes in the Oakland Unified School District. We were forced to strike, and a strike, it is a difficult thing. However, I want student directors for you to know that because of the role that students played, this is an opportunity where never before has the issue of equity in the Oakland public schools and just the issue of needed school funding for Oakland has been front and center. It's a national media story. So many people in the community are very interested in getting more involved in the education of students in Oakland. So I think that that's a positive thing that we can work together to build on and to make sure that we have funding for programs such as restorative justice, needed services for our students, and also to make sure that there's funding and no cuts to the important role that our classified brothers and sisters and family provide for our students. And the educators of Oakland, OEA educators, we stand with the students, we stand with SEIU and the classified to make sure that they are made a priority, and we are confident that we can find a way in our budget to make sure that needed services get the funding that they deserve and that they are a priority. I am confident that this can happen. We were told as teachers that there was no money to settle the contract. However, just the political will of having the broad support of the community and students, parents standing with us showed that there is a way and that unity still stands, and we're going to make sure that there are needed services for our students, and we're going to make sure that our classified family is not harmed. So again, I appreciate just the role that the students has played, and I appreciate just the role of our classified family and just supporting public education in Oakland, and also just all the union members here. I don't know if you're aware, but April 6th at Berkeley City College, there's a labor notes training about organizing and making connections with the community, and a lot of that training helped us as far as build our union and transform our union from a service model to an organizing model. So I want to invite labor and even community groups to attend Labor Notes April 6th at Berkeley City College. And again, we stand united, educators with the students, community, and labor. And again, thank you everyone for your support, and we will move forward and make the positive change needed for our students here in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith Brown. Any other union representation? Does not appear so. Okay, we'll now take public comment on items A through N.
We have 6 speakers, Madam President. Mike Hutchinson, Johanna Landgill, Kim Davis, Ben Tapscott, Tanya Kapner, Ishmael Armin Diaz.
So originally I had some questions about like budget plans for next year, but right now I just want to say that it's really painful as a teacher to have received that email from you, Superintendent. So I kind of feel a little stabbed in the back. It was one thing to hear a board member who doesn't seem to care about a lot of stuff to say that like it was the teacher's fault that these programs are being cut, but it felt really painful to hear it coming from you, especially knowing that these plans for these cuts were to qualify for AB 1840. They were planned since the fall, and to know that we had been trying really hard not to cut them. It feels really painful to watch people play politics with our students' pain, like to go through that extensive pain to sort of squeeze out some money from other places, let the mayor and different people sort of play the hero saving these things. And it feels like we did this last time with AAMA, where they were like having a fundraising push, then we're going to cut it. Oh, then we found the funding from outside sources. We're like cutting really beloved, really needed programs that to try and get somebody else to step up for them, but putting the entire community through this like massive set of anguish in order to do it. And I know that you're in really difficult positions to try and creatively find budgeting, but it felt really, really hard to be like sort of sabotaging our relationship with our students to say that that was in any way our fault, especially knowing that we ended up settling for what amounts to a pay cut every single year. When you're looking at how the cost of living goes up and what teachers are getting, I know that I very reluctantly voted yes in the end because of the mental health provisions and the tiny class size reductions, and because I felt like we couldn't get any more once we'd sort of been backed into a corner with that TA. But so it was really, really painful, and it just really hurt to have you say that it was in any way our fault. And I wish you would say, honestly, we were waiting on these other funding sources, and I just can't believe we put the kids through that, and that I have to go through the rest of the year with our leader saying that this was my fault, that we had to cut these programs. My other question, I know that I'm slightly over. I have a question about Roots, and I have a question about
Sorry, you're at
the
time.
budget.
Could you email that to the superintendent or to
Can
the
I
board?
say them really quick?
I'm sorry, you're at time. You're at time. You can see it during public comment on non-agenda items if you would like, but you're at time right
Okay,
now.
I'll wait for the next one.
Ishmael Armendariz, First Vice President of the OEA. I just want to make 2 quick points. One, I just wanted to take this time to really get a shout out to our team. The strike was led primarily by people of color, particularly women of color. Kampala, Becca, Olivia, they did just an excellent job, and Bethany, and then Keith, and just our whole team was primarily people of color, and I think that has to be really uplifted. The second point I want to make, and I think this is something that I've wanted to talk to other board members about, but there's a problem, and there's a huge problem, is that with the city plan and the vision and the path that this board is taking the district, I would say about 90% of your teachers do not agree or buy into that plan, and I'm not sure how this district will ever function or move forward if a majority of your teachers do not believe in the vision that the superintendent is laying out for the direction our district needs to go. And so that's either going to lead to continued years of conflict, or there has to be a different path forward. And I think that's something that we really, really have to come to terms with, is that really I would say about 90% of your teachers do not agree with the direction that this district is heading. And that's something that you're going to have to come to Hill on that soon. So I think, just wanted to inform you of that. That's a reality of the situation.
Hi, good evening. I actually didn't submit my card, so I can
Just introduce yourself.
Oh, sure. I'm Leticia Zamudio. I'm actually the representative from SCIU 1021. I just wanted to address a comment that student director, is it Sauho? I'm sorry. I'm not sure.
Omosoho?
Omosoho, thank you so much. Said earlier. And the perspective from SCIU is these cuts were expected to happen. We knew that they were coming. And comments by some of the board members here have been that the teachers' raises or the teachers' TA was dependent on those cuts. And I just want to clarify that that is not the truth. And our union and other unions are very clear that that is not the truth. We understand that these things happen, and what the state of the district and where they are at currently has been something that is happening over and over and over again. But in no way will I allow, as the rep, for labor to be divided in any way, because we will not be divided. We will continue to support each other in whatever that is, and we will continue to support the students in facilitating whatever conversations need to happen in order to help restore the relationships, the funding, or whatever. And we're not enemies here. I think we all want the same thing. I think we all want a productive school district to serve the community of Oakland. And I wish we could for one moment just stop and accept both sides' responsibility for what is happening here, so we can actually move forward in a positive direction to begin those conversations and the repair and getting this district in a place that we won't have to have these conversations ever again. So I just want to be clear that, again, on the perspective of labor, we do stand in solidarity with teachers, with ASME, with any other union that's here in the district, and we also, above all, we stand with the students.
Good evening, Kim Davis. To the students, first of all, you all have been through this whole process amazing, and I, as a parent in this district, have been comforted by the level of wisdom and compassion and strength that you guys have shown, not just the two of you, but the students who were here on that Monday that was so horrible. I can't even tell you, despite what this district has done over years and years and years, you guys are amazing. So I just wanted to say that. And I am going to echo the teacher who spoke about the disappointment with the way that this has all been laid out as being the responsibility of the teachers. I don't know who is managing your Twitter account, but I had a little bit of a back and forth on Twitter with OUSD about this very issue. In no way, shape, or form were these cuts the fault of the teachers. And it angers me beyond belief that is the tone that this district has taken. We just, I'm like, I can't even imagine. I'm used to disrespect from the board. I am very frustrated by the lack of respect that has come from the district and whoever is responsible for messaging this. And speaking of messaging, $250,000 in November spent for a 7-month contract about messaging. That would have paid for a whole lot of restorative justice or foster youth or case managers. This is not about not having money. This is about not spending money where it belongs. And that responsibility falls on the board, and you guys have not done it, and you are continuing not to do it, and it is not acceptable.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. Thank you to the students and actually to our two student directors directly and personally. I know there was some stuff that happened that last week and on that Friday, and personally I really appreciate that you gave me enough trust to work with me a little bit on what was happening there. I really appreciate that. I am available to help out in whatever way to smooth some of this over between the teachers and the students, or between the students and the teachers. I agree. I hope the students will start to realize as they get more information that the teacher's contract was not tied to those cuts at all. And I'm also furious that our school board and the district would put out the message that those cuts that you voted on at 10:30 in the morning on a Monday in this school while the school was going on, so the kids had to eat lunch in the library. That was the kids who came to school, because a message went out for them not even to come to school because of that. And then at the end of it, you turn around and you blame that vote on the teachers, and you say, I mean, Director London sat at the meeting and said, we have to do this because of the teacher's contract. That's just an outright lie. You know it's a lie because you've all been working on those cuts for 18 months. So how dare you put out that message? And how dare you sit up here and say you'll hold a circle to fix the problem that you created? It's actually the most disrespectful thing that happened during this whole process with the strike. And that you think that it's okay to turn the students against their teachers. I hope you're seeing what happened during the strike. 97% of the families stayed home and didn't cross the line. The community showed full support, and we shut down 3 meetings in 5 days because the community was united. And you know what they were united against? Your mismanagement. We won't let you put this wedge between us anymore. However I can help out students, you know I'm available. How dare you?
Well, I definitely believe in student power. And you guys have to stay united. And we're going to keep fighting to make sure we get some equity. 2.5 years later, we still have a lead problem at Mac. Superintendent? 2.5 years later, when I brought it to the attention August 11th, 2016. The last report I got, I want to clear up the 5 points per billion concept. Berkeley adopted a less than 1% points per billion, and we're talking 5. 5 is high. 5 is for shrubbery, mopping floors, not for human consumption. And here we are, Superintendent, 2.5 years later, and we still have this problem in a black school. And district staff have made comments and been overheard making comments like, we're not about to spend $90,000 repiping McClymonds. Other district staff has made comments like, well, they don't shower anyway when we don't have hot water over there. The other person had the nerve to turn the water on 5 minutes before lunch when students are going out and drinking the water. You would not drink water with these numbers at your house. Classroom 3.9, classroom 2.7, classroom 4.7, classroom 2.9, classroom 2.1, hall fountains 4.3, cafeteria fountain 3.0, library 3.0. And they're drinking the water as we speak. Your morning custodian needs help. You move one head custodian in the morning to Skyline. I know my time is up.
Thank you.
To Skyline.
We're going to cut off the mic now.
The school
Next speaker, please.
Alan Purcell, Oakland parent, and I believe that if the district and the board was truly wanting to support the students and rebuild that bridge with the students, they would give the student board members an actual real vote.
Hi, I'm an Oakland parent. I have a kindergartner and a 3-year-old that I had hoped would also be a OUSD student. I go to Kaiser, or my child goes to Kaiser, and I moved to the city about 20 years ago, fell in love, love it here, don't want to leave. If I, as a parent, were deciding where to move, Oakland would not be on that list because of the schools here. But I really wanted to support the public school system. But after having come in and seeing this process, the more I learn about it, I still want to stand by the district, but the harm that has been done the messaging, the spin on it, and we're not dumb. We know, we've seen the numbers, we see what's happening, we know when the message is being spun to us. And it's condescending and it's infuriating, and the harm has not just been to the students and the teachers, but the community at large. And I'm fighting, I feel like, two fronts where I'm collecting information, I'm gathering data as part of this discussion about whether or not the entire Kaiser school should be displaced. But at the same time, I'm also fighting a front with my husband and with my mom to try to convince them that it is worth staying. And this is a district worth fighting for. And I should not be making that argument within my own house. And I feel like the work that needs to be done to rebuild trust, I totally agree with you. It is not words, it's action. But the action has to be far beyond what we've been seeing so far. We've been hearing a lot of thank yous and we'll get back to yous, but we haven't actually seen anything substantive yet. And it matters.
All right. So at this time, we're going to do the general consent report, and then we'll move on to the, I know that we are far delayed for the public comment on non-agenda items. We will have to take another short break right before that. At this time, is there a motion to adopt the general consent report?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Director Yee, seconded by Director Gonzalez. Is there any questions on the general consent report? How about public comment?
Good evening,
We have
Board.
four.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Did you want to, Ms. Floyd, did you want to read the names? Okay, go ahead and just introduce yourself.
Good evening, Board. I'm Carol Delton. This comment is on items P6, 7, and 8. These are contracts for Rudsdale. The reason I'm commenting on this is these are contracts for two programs at one site with one principal that you choose to call two schools. It seems to me that the board and district staff are calling different entities a school when it's convenient and a program when it's convenient. I won't get to address the special meeting, but that was a similar situation where for certain purposes you seem to call community day, community middle, and community high, but when it comes to the contract for the emergency repair, it is simply community day. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is that your documents continue to use the number 87 for the number of schools that you have. Well, at the last meeting, you approved 83 school safety contracts, school safety plans. One of those was for routes, and two of them were for these two programs at one school, signed by the same person who is the head of the SSC for both of them. So it's another matter of trust with the public. If you're really concerned about managing fewer entities, there are entities that other districts would clearly call programs that you are calling schools, and that for certain purposes you put out separate budgets for and separate documentation for. I would like to ask that when it's a program, it simply be called a program, and when there's one principal at one site, it's one school.
Hello, my name is Mike Loudon. I'm the site council chair at Kaiser Elementary and the library volunteer coordinator there as well. I just feel I need to comment on the terrible optics of putting the classified employee of the year and layoffs of 280 plus classified employees sort of back to back on your agenda, and then not breaking out the classified employee of the year and honoring them, but instead putting it in a consent report. That's if you don't, don't do this type of stuff. This is crazy. Why? It just looks so terrible and heartless. And If you don't want to look bad, don't do bad. This is bad. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just to clarify, we do do a separate ceremony for our classified employees of the year. We have to formally adopt it first, and then we do a resolution afterwards.
Maybe if you didn't put it in, maybe if you broke it out, just maybe spent like 2 minutes on that line item instead of putting in here, it still looks bad. It still looks like you're not honoring the people.
Okay, we're going to have a separate, we do have separate special orders of the day. We'll do resolutions for each of them.
Mike Hutchinson, I guess I just want to point out again the definition of insanity that we seem to be engaged here, especially when it comes to the budget. And so, you know, last week at a emergency meeting, a special meeting at 10:30 in the morning here, we have this series of budget cuts that we know aren't part of the budget process. It was cuts made for Assembly Bill 1840. The district puts out this message that those cuts are being made to pay for the teacher's contract. And now we come here and we have a consent report that approves more contracts. And how are these things interrelated? What contracts have you not approved or have you decided not to do because you say we're in crisis? I mean, earlier you just told us that FCMAT turned in a report that said there's a $7 million deficit. Where is that on any paperwork? And we just keep approving and approving contracts. Now, there has to be a real budget process this year for May and June where the community is involved. Because one of the reasons the students are so upset about RJ being cut is it wasn't even an honest conversation. There was no discussion about trade-offs we could make, or maybe we don't hire 2 police officers and that would pay for the whole RJ program. No, it was somebody decided to make those cuts. And please don't think the students will ever be on board with $3 million being cut directly from school sites, which is the main part of those cuts that you haven't mentioned at all. Yes, there's going to be the firing of almost 150 central staff, but what about the $3 million directly from our school sites? And what about the fact that means per pupil spending will go down again next year while our funding from the state goes up? What kind of sense does that make? And it all comes down to these consent reports. There's money you vote on every meeting when you don't even know what's in there. And we're still trying to find out what is the $65 million in increase in expenditures this year, and what is that money being spent on? Because it hasn't been in any consent report.
Mr. Brown, do you have a comment for this? Okay.
Yeah, on this item. Keith Brown, President of Oakland Education Association. I think it was a board meeting in January when I spoke about the opportunity during the new year for us as a district and a board to change course and really commit to the values of a full-service community schools district. And I think that now, because of the teacher strike and more people in the community, more teachers activated, that I really want to acknowledge that there's been over 70 comments made on the item of the layoffs. So I just want to make sure that the board has seen the voice of the community and teachers who are not present today. They're back, in the classrooms grading papers. But on the issue of cuts, we're, opposed to cuts to the classifieds. We're opposed to cuts to the restorative justice program. It's not necessary, and it's not necessary for healing to blame Oakland educators and teachers for these unnecessary cuts. So I just want to make sure that the board is reading the comments from the teachers and the community on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
I just wanted to ask a question about where is the oversight for the money here? I've been coming to these meetings since 2011. That's when we formed the Enrollment Climates Committee. we made a presentation to the county board asking questions about, are you overseeing the money coming into OUSD? Where's the trustee? How did Antoine leave us $33 million in debt? We're supposed to have a trustee overseeing until we pay the loan back. So where is that person? And all this stuff we keep approving, I keep saying, we do not have a money problem, we have a management problem. And to sit here and hear last time about contracts that started in July asking for funding in February, I don't understand any of this.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please, on the general consent report?
On the motion to adopt the general consent report, Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
And President Ng?
Yes.
Consent report is adopted.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take a short recess, just 5 minutes. We will come back and do public comment on non-agenda items, then we'll resume the agenda on page 29 under unfinished business. Yes. We did. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to do public comment. All right. We are ready to reconvene. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a fourth roll call, please?
Yes. The roll call to establish quorum. Student Director Amasoho. Student Director Chavez. Director Yee. Director Torres. Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Director Harris. Vice President London. Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge.
Present.
And President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to move to public comment on agenda items. Before we do that, is there a motion to extend the meeting tonight?
Move to extend to 11 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez and Director Yee. Is there any opposition to that? All right, public comment on non-agenda items.
All right, here are my questions.
We have 9 speakers, Madam President. Mike Hutchinson, Max Day, Steve Young, Catherine Lee, Michael Lowton, Grace Bigler, Kim Davis, Ben Tapscott, Carol Delton.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Okay, cool. I'm actually Johanna Lambert. I'm a teacher at Tech. I teach math, and so I'm thinking about, I said this last time, and I kind of want to say it again, that closing schools feels like taking out a payday loan. It maybe temporarily gets you some money, but then it leaves you farther in the hole. And I know that you're really thinking about fiscal responsibility and thinking about our enrollment, but to me, it doesn't make sense until we put things in place on the state level to close any schools and basically push our kids out of the public school system into charters and reduce our enrollment even further. I don't see any way that's not the impacts, even if it's not the intent. Maybe it is, I don't know. And specifically thinking about routes, are we like anticipating or planning for, or just, oh, whoops, it's gonna happen that like we're gonna end up giving away classrooms to Interim Prep, which is the charter school, the middle school charter that opened just down the block last year, is going to be adding a 7th grade this year that stands to be the same year that we're pushing a bunch of kids out of routes in their 7th grade. or maybe even now as their parents are looking at what is going to happen, like how is that going to affect the finances of our school district? Is there anybody in the board or administrators with conflicts of interest or other close connections to people at that school? I know that our board said no to that charter, and the state overruled us, but that doesn't mean that we have to be pushing kids into it. And my other question is, are we budgeting for or planning on moving out of 1000 Broadway next year? We know that the lease ends in August, and I think the community is pretty universally expecting that you would leave that building and take the $2.5 million that we pay on that and spend that on things like restorative justice or case managers or just restoring funds to the schools. So I'm wondering if that's the plan. I know you all used to be at Cole. It's not a nice place to be necessarily, but maybe the people with 6 figures could be there so that the kids who are in the schools could have a nicer place to be. And as far as the harms that were done, I see them as taking resources from and hurting the most vulnerable students in our district, and I hear that we're already trying to repair that harm, but also the harm of like causing students that pain and uncertainty and sabotaging student relationships. And I hope that we would not just say nice words about them, but actually take steps to restore and repair that harm that was happened.
Good evening, Max Day from CCSA. Just to begin with, I haven't addressed you guys since the strike. I know that just working with my charter leaders, I felt a whole lot of things. And so I know that it was probably very difficult for everybody on this dais. So really just kind of taking a minute to recognize that. I hear you. I know what you guys went through. We all felt it. In that vein, instead of kind of pushing forward on like what divides us, I'd like to talk about something that could actually bring us together. Today we held a rally in Sacramento. We had approximately 6,000 charter families across the state to make clear what we're really pushing for this year. And it's 3 things. 1, to demand full funding. 2, to defend our great schools. And then 3, to deliver for all students. I think there's 2 important ways that we could partner together on that. The first is a bill, it's AB 575, that's coming from Shirley Weber. It takes AB 2635 from last year, which, as you guys know, resulted in $300 million for the lowest performing subgroup, which is currently African American students, and really we're just trying to memorialize that through AB 575. The second opportunity I think that we have to work together here would be Senate Bill 614, which creates a high-risk pool for both district and charter schools that could assist in helping our students with our most severe disabilities be served in the least restrictive environment. So basically trying to really focus on those inclusive practices. So instead of the general us versus them rhetoric, here are 2 areas where we could work together. I know last year you guys came out in support of AB 2635. I would love to see if we could do something like that again for these 2 bills. If you guys are interested, I know you have my email address. I'll also be sending this to you guys, but really would just appreciate the opportunity to work with you guys here. Thanks.
Thank you.
So my name is Bonnie Allen. I'm the art teacher at Kaiser Elementary, and I've been there 23
Can you
years.
pull the mic down so we
I'm
can
sorry.
hear you?
I'm sorry. I've been at Kaiser teaching art for 23 years. So this is our 4th time of trying to get us off that site. So I just want to say that every time that there was an attempt to close Kaiser, we lost a whole bunch of students. And then we'd have to fight to get back to where we were again. And every time we got stronger. And probably the best thing that happened at Kaiser was with the last attempt, we got the LGBTQ families who were having a hard time in the rest of the district. And it's made our school incredible. So I just want to point out some things I think you need to really think about. And that is that Kaiser is a choice school. Contrary to what people think, it is not a neighborhood school at all. There's only a couple of people that have kids on that hill. The people who come to Kaiser are from all over the community. And they come there for a choice. They come there because they want art. They want music, which, by the way, is paid for by the PTA, who just had their auction. It was amazing. This is a public school family. They don't send their kids to private schools. They made sure that Edna Brewer improved by taking the whole PTA over there to do some improvement. They did the same thing at Claremont. This is a community of people that really believes in public schools. Please believe in them. Please believe in them. It's really hard to see why you don't recognize the value of a feeder school, also of a school that should be a model for the district. And I appreciate your.
Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Lee again. Just to touch back on the issue of ways to rebuild trust, one of the things that I've found difficult to trace is a lot of the finances. There are generalities of where things are. I know that we do get, on average, more per student than other districts in California, and yet our outcomes are worse. A lot of things are worse, and it's really hard to see where that money's going, if it's going someplace, and if it's doing good work, but still there's a lot of work to be done. You can't see that, and it's helpful to see that in building the trust. Some of what we've seen has, and this is why my husband and I argue, is he's starting to believe that there is a financial incentive through receiving grant money for children who are struggling to keep them struggling, because there's all these people willing to donate to that cause. The other thing I want to say regarding the moving a facility, I know that there is some additional cost related to trying to move offices out of an office space and into a school space, but that is also what we're being told about moving schools, that there's an initial investment and the savings will come later. So please do that in ways that will not disrupt students first, and then think about other ways to improve the education, please.
Thank you.
Hi. This is the first time I've ever spoken here, but this is not the first board meeting. This is maybe my 50th board meeting now. I want to talk about the numbers. I have this lovely little infographic from your website where it states that we take in $736.1 million to serve a little over 36,000 students. So I painstakingly went through every single budget for every single elementary school, all 57. Kaiser Elementary is your 10th cheapest elementary school. But it doesn't even really matter. I was looking more for the average. The average that you spend on your sites is about $7,000 per pupil. The average in the state is around $7,000, $8,000 per pupil as well. We know Oakland's a lot more expensive. What you receive per pupil is about $20,000, by far and away among the highest, if not the highest. I was looking, I looked at 25 different school districts, and we're still like so far much higher. This is what most Californians dream of, $20,000 per pupil. That's the goal. We want to get to $20,000 per pupil. I don't understand why you're not cutting from the district, why you're cutting your lower paid employees. I have seen some of them. I volunteer at St. Vincent de Paul once a week, and I see these people. I don't understand why they're getting the shaft, why the students are paying for this, why you're not tackling the 250 employees that make more than $150,000 a year. Why are you doing this on the back of your pupils? Why are you doing this on the back of your lowest paid employees that desperately need their jobs in this economy? What is the reason for that? I know you won't say anything. I don't understand why you never give answers. What happened to the $65 million that's in the budget that we can't figure out? It doesn't make sense. And it's something that the public is going to know and hear about extensively. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools with Oakland Public Education Network. One of the things, in my opinion, why things have gone so poorly for our school district over the last 7 years is there haven't been enough people paying attention. And so when we've had what should have been a huge scandal, like the flooding of the administration building across the street, there weren't enough people paying attention for it to become newsworthy. And so a lot of things you were able to get away with because nobody was paying attention. I hope you realize now everyone's paying attention. And it's going to be harder and harder for you to get away with these things because this is public information. And it's easy for anyone to read a balance sheet. And then they'll have the same questions that I have. Because you haven't explained it and you haven't even voted on these expenditures. Or you show up at a school community and tell them you're going to close their school when you haven't even engaged with them. Or what you did to the Roots Middle School, where in 6 weeks, with 2 of those weeks being winter break, 6 weeks from first notification to a vote on closure. That's never happened in Oakland before. So why were they treated that way? You know, right now there is new state legislation being introduced, 1506, 7, and 8, which will really bring control to charter schools, which will allow the school board to have more authority and oversight and end the appeal process. So you have control. So why aren't you using your advocacy dollars to push for those things? You've said you wish you had more control over charters. I mean, the sad part is you're actually out of the mainstream now of where public education, advocacy, and policy work is being done. And the community is onto it. It's not going to work for you anymore. It's been a long time since there's been a group that's not paid to be here, has come and shown up and said, great job, we endorse you. And let me just make it clear, those 3 shutdown school board meetings that week, that was a community labor coalition that was explicitly to stop votes on 1840. And we've clearly spoken on where we stand. And if you persist on following through with that and claiming an extension, we're going to have to stop it at the state level also. You're not going to be able to get away with cutting our schools more and closing any more of our schools. And I wish you would see that and actually partner with us instead of actively working against us. But if there's no engagement process over the budget, then you're declaring war on the community again, and we will fight.
Good evening, I'm Carol Delton. So I'd like to first of all not reiterate, but say that I support the point of view of all of the speakers who spoke against what the divisiveness that's been sown by board and district staff between the teachers and the students over the settlement. One of the things when we read, Superintendent, in your report about being responsible for the narrative of OUSD, I am very concerned about the narrative of OUSD. One, at least, of the memos came out saying that the district did everything possible to avoid a strike. No, you didn't. You, in the same place, said that you had new budget numbers in December. That was when you could make an offer. But you didn't make your best offer in December. And then Newsom's budget came out in January, but you didn't make your best offer in January. 2 years ago, the board refused to implement the last piece of the last contract that the teachers had. And that, in my opinion, set a stage for mistrust. I believe that the community will never trust you until you take responsibility for past mismanagement. I think every budget update, when the current financial team shows you there's $500,000 more, there's $1.2 million more, it's because money isn't leaking away the way it was before, and you have to acknowledge that. I also think that this process started going downhill or went downhill faster back in November and December when the Fiscal Vitality Committee meetings were canceled, and the public did not have the opportunity at that point to hear what the plans were and to truly participate in a dialogue. These are all things that need to be acknowledged and need to be changed, or the community's mistrust will continue.
Kim Davis, parent. Just sort of building on the comments from other speakers. I get, it's sometimes hard to know how someone else sees something that you see it in a certain way. It's hard to understand how others see that in return. And so I'll just tell you how I felt when I understood and saw and felt the unity between parents and teachers and students with 95, 97% of students not attending class day after day in the rain. I talked to thousands of parents, and I mean, I expected that parents would support our teachers, but I had no idea how strongly and how deeply they felt about this. And across the board, those parents also felt strongly and deeply that they do not trust this board based on years and years of lack of transparency, failure to do your job, frankly, and most importantly, lack of willingness to address the fact that you have harmed all of the children, parents, teachers, the entire community. Did you have something you wanted to say, Director Hinton-Hodge?
Ms.
No, I
Davis, why
didn't,
don't you
Ms.
finish
Davis.
while you still have time?
Well, yeah, she said something. I just want to make sure I gave her the opportunity to respond
I'm
for me
okay.
to
Thank you,
respond to
though.
her. Good. The point is, I saw that, and I was amazed and gratified and inspired to continue this discussion. And I hope that you all saw that and felt that as well. Maybe from your positions you didn't. But I urge you to rethink and reflect on what happened, because it was amazing, the unity that we demonstrated, and the parents supporting our teachers. It will continue.
Any other speakers on this item? All right, we are at item S1, which is on page 29. This is the second reading of the citywide plan. I do believe that there are some additional questions. We may or may not be voting on this item tonight. Given the late hour, we may postpone it to the next meeting for a vote. We had a presentation on this item at the last meeting. Not sure if there's any updates or if you're ready to field questions from the board.
Good evening, Board of Directors. I have 4 highlights that I wanted to bring up since the last meeting. So there were 4 pieces of feedback that was given to us based on the first reading, and that was around neighborhood, around quality, around equity, and around outreach and engagement. And I just wanted to quickly touch on those points in terms of to be able to have that response. So in terms of neighborhood, a question was asked around the definition and what are we looking at. And I just wanted to point out the key strategy under the transportation and enrollment process and thinking about the feeder pattern. So one of the processes that we're doing is thinking about that feeder pattern, but also if we're talking about fewer schools, really keeping in mind the commute from people's houses to schools and making sure we limit that as much as possible. So that is part of the citywide plan that we're incorporating. In terms of quality, quality shows up in a couple of areas here. Quality shows up under the facilities focus. When we talk about increasing the quality, we are looking at several criteria, and the several criteria include some criteria around quality when we think about the performance, the SBAC, the DF3, and so we are looking at those metrics as we think about potential proposals. Also included in our quality is under the focus of best practices and finding quality standards. So we have some of our team members looking at quality standards that could be used with our district schools and our charter schools so that we're using the same quality standards over time. And that process has started, and we're starting to engage with the network superintendents along with principals both in the charter side and also the district side to come together to identify those elements. The next area of feedback was around equity, and equity is really interwoven in all of our areas. So we think about equity when we talk about the principles we're using to identify our proposals, specifically when we talk about underserved communities and also specialized communities. So thinking about where our special ed programs are placed, thinking about where our English language learners and the dual language programs, looking at what it means to serve African Americans, how are we impacting those communities. So that is a lot around our processes in doing that, along with our along with the other focus area around charter partnership and how we're looking at that in terms of making sure we're all serving the students that live within Oakland. And finally, the other area that I just wanted to highlight was engagement and outreach. This comes up in a few areas, and I'll also say, as someone who is continually engaging with communities, learning a lot about how we can also improve this process. So there is one explicitly focused in here around the 7-11 committee that I know we have applications out and will be starting soon. The other piece is when we think about our blueprint for quality schools and going through the selection process and the planning process, we do know that we've been starting to engage during this selection process with the idea of the areas that we can get better and looking to have smaller groups to be able to really clarify and to dig deep and to have a dialogue and to really hear input and be able to follow up. And then the second piece to that is during a planning phase, how are we bringing groups of people together in this design team to be able to be a part of this process to see and to be able to have input on what their schools look like. So I just really wanted to touch on those areas. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Director Yee, why don't you kick us off, and then we'll go to
Right.
down.
I think I raised the question of neighborhood. And so one of the speakers tonight was talking about Kaiser as being not a neighborhood school, being a choice school. So I think it's important for the citywide plan to understand that those are two fundamentally dichotomous and in some way competitive models, a choice model and a neighborhood model. And so I'm not sure that your explication of what it means to be a neighborhood identifies the difference, because you may have a school which is explicitly neighborhood, but it's for one reason or another, neighborhood students are not applying to that school, and they're choosing to go to a different school. And so how does the citywide plan balance off choice and neighborhood in terms of loading the school? Is that one of the criteria for resourcing the school in a different way? That's one of the strategies that's often used. If you only had more resources at the school, it would be more appealing. It doesn't always happen that way. And do our own schools of choice become competitive with another school? For instance, the very fact that Kaiser is able to choose to be a choice school for many other schools creates a vacancy in the schools that those students are leaving, and maybe they're leaving a neighborhood school to go to a choice school. So is that something that's okay with us as a citywide plan or not? And I think that kind of question is what I'm actually looking for clarification on.
I think one of the ways I would answer that, Director Yee, is the idea that and the importance of having to have quality schools in the neighborhood first and foremost. We want to make sure that we know that our parents are choosing Kaiser because it's a great school and it's a school that they feel is right. Whether it's in their neighborhood, you heard from a lot of the public comments, they're coming from all over the city. You know, we are trying to get to a place where they could go to their local school because, again, our mission is to have a quality school in every neighborhood. So we're really trying to tackle this in two ways. And so we are trying to tackle this around how do we improve quality at schools, and that could be in the form of redesigning, potentially merging programs so that there's more programs like we see at the Elmhurst Alliance merger and becoming Elmhurst United. We see more resources going in there with the expectation that we're going to see the quality improve. And then we're also looking at how are we redesigning schools that we know are underperforming right now, and what are we doing to be able to improve that? And there is that planning year that we'll be doing that with some of our schools.
Right. I still don't see how, let's say we have a dual enrollment, a school with a focus on dual enrollment. And is that school going to be a neighborhood school or a choice school?
So we'll still have some choice schools with the dual language because there's some stipulations around some of those programs. Those we also know are very high demand right now. Even looking at currently, we're going to have our families are going to be hearing about some of the school assignments coming out this week. And a lot of what we're seeing is the high demands for some of these schools. It also requires some language expectations to enter the program. So there will still be those choice schools. I think what we want to do, though, is we want to make sure we have some school programs that we are able to say, I mean, of course, aside from the dual language, right now all schools are, our students are able to get into all schools. We do have our enrollment policy that we're going to have to improve as well, and we know that we have to spend time doing that. We're not currently focusing on that area right now. We're currently focusing on the quality of and reducing our footprint and getting to the fewer schools so they're better resourced.
Yeah, I still think that maybe revisiting the quality school in every neighborhood, you know, defining what the neighborhood is. A neighborhood, just as an example, is Melrose a neighborhood, or is it the geographic distance between home and school creates the neighborhood? Because there's some pre-existing relationships, demographic relationships, which define a neighborhood that have nothing to do with necessarily the distance to a school. So I think it's kind of narrow. For me, it's narrow to say it's a matter of distance. It's something else that creates what it means to be in a neighborhood. And I'm not sure that, you know, I'm not sure whether my colleagues agree with that or not, but I think that plus the choice, the notion of a choice school, because you could have a choice school which actually isn't compatible to the neighborhood, in a neighborhood, and you could say I have a quality school in a neighborhood, but that quality school is not accessible to the kids in that neighborhood because it requires some it has a culture built around it, either around language or specialization or something that makes it a quality school, but not necessarily for that family. So what would be your response to that?
Let me know if I'm still not answering this, because I feel like I'm not answering your questions right now. The only schools that we have of choice are dual language schools. Other than that, all of our other schools are considered neighborhood schools.
Well, so you have
I'd like to jump in a little bit, because I think this is a point for more engagement and conversation, because for a district, for a long time, we've had informal choice schools. Exactly. So, and some of it is exacerbated to Yvette's point of not having enough quality schools. As an OUSD parent myself, going through the options process, waiting for my letter this week as well. We see patterns of a certain group of elementary schools that everyone's trying to get their kids into, a certain subset of middle schools, a certain subset of high schools. So that's a lot of what's creating the problem. Is it's not necessarily there's the magnet program, but in my neighborhood, I'm not seeing the quality, so I'm going to opt into the options, or I'm going to opt into charters, or we have actually more families that are opting out altogether and going somewhere else. So I think being able to have a better definition for within the city, between the districts and charters that we have, even with some of the kind of legislation that's going on at the state, that's not going to do anything to eradicate the fact that we're a third charter and 2/3 district. So if we are in this ecosystem where we have some charters where there's going to be choice, then we have to kind of redefine, what it means to be a neighborhood school and feeder pattern on the district side. And strategically thinking about where it makes sense to place a magnet school. So through a lot of the citywide map, what we're seeing is there's certain areas because of gentrification where we're not seeing families move in right now for the next 5 years. And so we want to make sure those schools are still healthy and vibrant. West Oakland is a good example of that. You've got a lot of young people moving into that neighborhood, high housing development, high market rate, not a lot of families right now. At some point, it'll be, vibrant with families. And so when we think about where we want to place a magnet program to drive people from other parts of Oakland, but hopefully from outside of the city. We want to think about strategically even where we want to place magnet programs, and then other places where we're seeing lots of families, but we're not necessarily seeing the majority of those families going to that neighborhood school, wanting to figure out what we can do to get more of those families into that school. So I think it's a great question.
Yeah, so, and just one last thing, because I didn't want to exactly raise it in that way, but since the superintendent mentioned it, we have some high-quality schools in neighborhoods which are also unfilled without choice. So choice fills those schools. And so coming to terms with the fact that we are intentionally or unintentionally doing that is the point I was trying to get to. So we might actually be exacerbating the movement, the displacement of families, because the families are choosing the displacement themselves. And that's because the perception of the quality in their neighborhood is not adequate. So
Director Yi, do you have are you recommending anything, or I just want to understand that clarification?
Because I was there when
if there's any difference
created the language of quality schools in every neighborhood, not with an aspiration that every school would be high quality, that every school in a neighborhood would be of high quality so families would stay there. But it was an unrealistic aspiration, in my view, because of what we know from the 10 years since, that's not actually a way to actually efficiently and effectively manage our resources.
Thank you.
So I don't have any solution to it. I think that's why we need a citywide plan. But I would just want the citywide plan to acknowledge the notion that having a quality school in a neighborhood in some ways disadvantages other schools in other neighborhoods.
Thank you, Director Yi. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I want to apologize to colleagues and superintendent. I am, with the last few meetings, have been so chaotic that this is the first time I've been able to really think about this work. And so I know that people are frustrated because people feel ready to move forward. I'm not ready to move forward. And so I have some questions. And then my proposal is that we would postpone this until I have time to get some answers to the questions. So my first question is, what Mr. Armendariz said earlier really resonated with me, that we can't really expect any large-scale changes to be successful if there's no buy-in. And so my question to you is, have there been any formal engagements whatsoever with teachers or other groups of staff around the citywide plan specifically? So I heard you say there'll be a 7-Eleven committee. That's great, but that's sort of that's more of a compliance mechanism. It's not really designed to do any kind of deep, have a place for people to ask questions and really understand what are the goals that we're trying to accomplish. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions about the citywide plan and also about AB 1840. So whatever we have done to communicate has not been effective. And so I think there is a real need. And so that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is that, and we're going to talk about this later with the resolution that some of us are interested in bringing around, doing a pause on the blueprint work until the fall. I want to know what you've learned from the community engagement that's been done so far around the blueprint, specifically around cohort 2, and what kind of changes are you planning to do going forward so that we actually do take the time to, so we're not just saying we're gonna do this, we're gonna merge your school, we're gonna close, whatever it is, but that there's actually a process of helping people understand the problem that we're trying to solve and asking them to be part of that conversation. I have a question because a lot of data shows that charter schools are not serving the same students. And so what does it mean for us to hold our schools to the same standards when we know that we're serving fundamentally different student groups in most cases? So different kinds of severity of disability, different levels of disabilities, different levels of newcomer students, different income levels. So what does that mean even to say that we're going to have one standard that is going to be applied to our schools, and then schools that are serving radically different student populations? So that's another question. And then I don't understand, the language is extremely vague around enrollment equity and what that means. And so if that is referring to a common enrollment system, then you guys should just say that. Because I'm not going to support any system that is designed to funnel our students into charter schools. And so I think you guys need to be more explicit about what that language means so that I understand it, but also so that our community understands what we're talking about when we talk about enrollment equity. Couple concerns about the autonomy's work. I've voiced this to different people in the district before. And I think this might have come up earlier tonight. We have a wide range in the capacity that our principals and our school communities have to be really, for an autonomy, giving more autonomies to school sites to be meaningful. And so I don't feel like I've ever gotten a good answer to that question about what does it mean to give autonomy to a site that really is not prepared to take that on, because the teachers are not experienced enough to be really leading the work of a school community, or the principal hasn't been there long enough, or they don't have strong enough relationships to really be able to do that. And then my other concern is about what the impact will be on our lowest wage workers if, for example, principals or school sites have the right to get the right to sort of opt out of district services, because we know that some of our workers, they were here tonight, they're very vulnerable, right? Some of our folks are low income. We have great benefits, but people are really struggling. And so what does it mean? I've never gotten a good answer to that question for principals to be able to opt out of district services. So and then the last piece, this is more to my colleagues and the superintendent around what the intention of this is. I cannot give blanket authorization to this work, so what I would need is for us to agree that each piece of this, as it comes forward, we're going to take it up separately. So that's what I need. So if I'm being asked to give blanket authorization, because I recognize that a lot of the things that are in this citywide plan that's the work that we need to do, but there's a lot of it that I'm not clear on what it means, and there's some of it that I just disagree with. And so what I'm asking for is for each piece to come forward separately so that I have the ability to say, yes, I agree with this direction, no, I don't agree with that direction. And then I need some clarity on some of these things that I just mentioned. Specifically, there needs to be some engagement around the citywide plan. And maybe you can correct me, maybe you guys have done a lot of engagement and I just don't know about it, but I don't think so. So I would love to hear about that.
So I'll go through some of these, and then I'll also need to give you some time to circle back. Yeah, I think one of the questions is around the need to engage in the learning. So I definitely will say there's been a lot of learning, and I will start off last year. I even think it was before when it really started with the blueprint. So I know that was even before the board policy 6006, where they had, I believe it's called the BAG, and the Blueprint Advisory Committee that came together to start talking about what this was. So that was a level of engagement that was going on. In addition to that, there has been a lot of analysis that has been done. I know there's a narrative out there right now around like we're closing 24 schools and there's all in the East. A learning that I've had from that process is it's really important for us to share our realities, and I think some of that is within the background of this citywide plan, but how do we go around socializing this and having people dig into that so that we continue to not have to hear around the city that we're closing 25 schools in the East, because that's inaccurate. But what we were trying to share with that is here is the data that we're learning from a certain area, but let's dig into that. What does that mean for us? And my learning is like that should be a next step.
So Ms. Renteria, I just want to be really clear that the BAG is great, but that was a district-wide body. Now we're at a point where we have identified specific schools where we believe that change is needed, but I haven't seen a process that is more than, sort of showing up and saying, this is what we're planning for your school, but is actually sitting down with folks and like, this is the problem we're trying to solve, and we need your participation in helping us to solve it.
So to follow up on that, yes. And I think one of the things we have been doing, so we've had smaller engagements with the community. We go in there. The first part is sharing this information. The second part is how do you get to a dialogue? And I'll use Kaiser as an example. They have had large turnouts time and time again, and it's been really appreciated. But to be able to have that back and forth dialogue to talk about ideas has been really difficult in those big settings. So there has been groups of folks that I've been meeting on the Kaiser side in smaller groups to be able to do that. In addition, the Sankofa, in fact, I was just at SSC in Sankofa yesterday to do the same thing. So those are the pieces of the work. It's getting into those smaller groups to be able to have the dialogue, because you're right, going in front of a big group and just information sharing is not going to get to true engagement. And, you know, working and learning from our department, family department, around what does it mean to really engage? It's not information sharing. So recognizing that the initial meetings have been information sharing, but how do we have smaller groups and more frequent groups to get to the engagement piece? And so that's big learning that we're hoping to continue on.
Okay, and then what about engagement with staff specifically around the citywide plan?
So we haven't specifically had it with site staff. We've had blueprint engagements and proposals with site staff.
Okay, so so is it accurate to say there has been no engagement specifically around this is what the citywide plan is, these are the problems that we're trying to solve, and then having a conversation as opposed to sort of like delivering information?
On the site level, yes.
Okay, or even district-wide, where we just invite a general call for teachers and staff to come and give feedback on the citywide plan and understand what it is that we're trying to solve for.
We have not done that.
Okay, so I would like to see that happen. And before I could vote for this, and I'm not, like, obviously, whatever my colleagues do is whatever they do, but before I could vote for this, there would have to be, because I don't think it's going to work if we haven't actually taken the time to talk with staff about why we're doing it and what it is that we think needs to change, and why we chose these strategies specifically.
Director Hinton-Hodge, do you have any questions?
I don't really have any questions. We have been here before, and I've been here for 10 years, so I know how difficult this work is, and and I can just kind of almost preview that, like, I won't be supporting the resolution that talks about slowing down this process in any kind of way. In particular, because I have not seen adequate support for this department, and for all the people that have, like, bashed people inside the school district who are in central office, like, dismantling community engagement departments, dismantling a lot of things, doesn't provide the support for some of this work to happen. And again, I'm, like, tired of, like, the narratives that get spun out there. Roots had a very clear narrative where it was engaged, it hurt, it was hard, but there's a different narrative around what is true and what people will spin. And please don't interrupt and keep talking out of turn in the audience. So that for me, and I think that's to staff, to the superintendent, like, and to this board, where I feel like we set up some expectation around what we want staff to do, but then we kind of tie their hands behind it, or we micromanage and feel like it's on us to decide what that needs to look like. So I can go into my community and they could be mad at me or whatever the case may be, but there are some realities around what is the work that needs to be done. And in the same way that Kaiser is very, very clear, they're articulate, they're moving it. Sankofa is actually very articulate too. And we've been talking to them for a while as well. We talked to Peralta. So again, it's a struggle and it's hard. But again, I would say to my colleagues, I'm not supporting getting in the way of staff at this particular moment, in particular if you're not going to provide the right supports, right? So I'm okay with moving forward. I know that it's not actually moving fast enough for me, and I don't feel like we're strong enough in this process, quite frankly. I think the only thing that I hold out, I'm going to have concern is going to be around facilities and space. And I know that, like, I know we're parallel processing, right? You got to look at what's available. That's kind of the conversation around how do you take a very high quality program and, like, put it in a space that needs to have that same kind of high quality opportunity as well, right? But it's not in the hills, right? It looks like it's in the flatland. So those are hard equity kind of things that I know we're pushing up against, and these buildings are going to show up in the middle of those conversations. I realize that as well. So that, I think that I'm going to hold out a little bit, and probably the thing I would want to see from a micromanaging place is at what point does the facilities guy stand next to you in this conversation, right? That's kind of what I'm going to be looking for. So thank you for the work.
Thank you. My recommendation at this time would be to postpone this item for the next meeting, which we'll have on March 20th. We do, that's a week from today. There are some other items that we are bringing. We'll have to revisit. We might have to revisit the time because the list is growing. But I think it would be best at this time to postpone the vote and just make sure that there's any additional questions at this time are provided so that staff has the opportunity to provide responses. Director Yee, do you have a suggestion?
I just wanted to check procedurally because I moved. Do I have to accept that as a friendly amendment? Or
There was no motion and there was no
motion. Okay. Okay, great. And I after hearing Director Hodge, I just wanted to reiterate, if I haven't, I actually appreciate the work myself, and I'm really excited about having a plan that is interlocking and intersecting all the different things that we've been talking about: budget, central office, right sizing, schools, facilities, and all the rest of that. So I really appreciate that work, and I know how difficult it is.
Yes, thanks so much for all of the work. And to the point around the expectations about what comes back to the board, I'm looking at the because my understanding is this is more of the framework and the overall kind of working document in response to 6006. But a lot of these items do, even in the plan, talk about adopting certain policies or coming back to the board with adoption. So I'm not sure if you want staff to go through each of the specifics, but I know a number of these, like create and adoption by the board. The actual plan does talk about different bodies of work that will come back to the board, and of course there are with each of the decisions around facilities or schools, those are all board level decisions. Is there more specificity that you wanted in terms of expectations of what would come back to the board?
I think the point is, well, you know, what Mr. Armendariz said is right, that how can we expect this to be successful when there hasn't been any real engagement with our community about why we're doing it, and opportunities for people to participate and give input and feedback. So that's my main concern at this point.
Okay, I was more responding to, so I hear that concern, but I was more responding to your question around what would be coming back to the board. Do you have specific questions for clarification around that?
Well, what's not clear, there's years, like school years listed, but I mean, it would be good to know, like, for example, what are the next 3 things that we can expect to see coming, and are they explicitly going to require board adoption for each of them? And then those might be the 3 things that you would highlight when you sit down and do engagement with staff.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Gonzalez.
May I ask just one more question about this? Because I wasn't here around, you know, the multiple, especially the adoption of the community of schools resolution. So it seems to me that that the citywide plan is the umbrella or the framework around all these different board policies that you highlighted in this in the presentation. And so it's almost like this is the implementation of all these policies. And I guess the reason I hit back on the enrollment and the neighborhood stuff is some of the policies are older and they need reworking, and some, like the community of schools policy, are very fresh, and so they're ready to be implemented. So is this like the framework or the umbrella, as President Ng said, for all the other policies, or is this a brand new policy?
It is a framework for all the other policies. So, for example, asset management policy, there may be certain policies that the board may decide that it's time to do some revisioning, and it's a way of saying, when we're talking about bringing quality, as you've said before, to the system, it's beyond just the program. It's all of these different pieces that we have to address. So I think that that's a good point, given just the time distance of some of the policies in terms of when they've been created, given where we are now. And part of the components is like the enrollment policy. That's one that we've even started talking about now. There have been lots of discussions from community, schools, parents in terms of the need to revisit that particular policy and make some revisions, which I think is coming the year after next, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yes.
Could you talk into the microphone so they can hear you?
Something along that line, then it helps us to position this not as a new policy, but as a framework or a strategic plan that incorporates all the policies that we actually have.
Right.
Is that sort of what you mean?
Well, yes, but a strategic plan normally has a process of engagement around the goals of the plan, right? What it is we're trying to accomplish. That's the piece that hasn't happened yet. And Ms. Renteria, what I would be interested in is, I think you should hold at least 3 community engagement meetings. I would be happy to host one with you in District 6. Maybe so that one, maybe you could do 3 different parts of the city, like one in North Oakland, one in Central, and maybe one in Deep East. But I think that's sort of like a fundamental thing that we've just kind of missed. And it's not a surprise that there's a lot of deep suspicion because we haven't really bothered to have any kind of engagement about it.
So I just want to, so I guess a couple of things. One, I think it would be helpful if there's specific kind of pieces of feedback are asked before it comes back, if you can just email, and that would be helpful. 2, it's more of a precursor to a strategic plan because the specific ask of the board was to develop an implementation plan from the board policy. So that's what this is. And so being able to get feedback around that. And to your point, Director Gonzalez, I completely agree. There's a long process, I think longer than between now and June, around the socialization, given the complexity of what it is that we're trying to accomplish and just the controversy, the issues of equity. There's a lot of things that we're going to have to wrestle with to try to get right. So engagement definitely needs to be a part of this. But just wanting to clarify, when this policy was adopted by the board in June, that was the directive to come back and provide an actual plan. And so that's what this is. So, getting your feedback on that. Yes.
Page 16, I'm just looking through here now. I think some of the timeline dates are off because some of the work has just shifted back a little bit, but it does highlight, in terms of the 18-19 year, what additional bodies of work would come back to the board this year. All right, thank you very much. I think at this time we will, we'll take public comment at this time on this item. Thanks very much for the presentation. We will bring this item back next week. Public comment on this item.
Good evening, board. I'm Carol Dalton. Another reason there is deep mistrust is that in the same way that you announced a timeline for cohort 2 and then did not follow it with Roots, and in the same way that you laid out a practice for fiscal vitality and then did not follow it in November and December, you also laid out what you called a preliminary analysis and did not follow up as you stated that you would. We heard that this was just the first piece of the analysis and that you'd be coming back to tell the community more about how special ed needs, space needs would be addressed, how portables would be addressed. That was supposed to happen in January or February, and it has not happened. So it is no wonder that people have a narrative that you're closing 24 schools, because that's where you left it. When I've looked at some of the preliminary data from the blueprint process, one of the things that has struck me is that it does not take into account appropriate elementary school sizes for pre-K through 3rd, and now it certainly does not take into account class sizes as they've been negotiated with OEA. That's going to be a significant change. There's not the space you've announced there is. If it wasn't so sad, it would have been comical to listen to the description of Ms. Renteria's proposed meetings and having to move from school to school and cancel meetings because when she got to the site, it turned out there wasn't enough room to make the proposed merger. You need to go carefully, site by site, and look at what the real needs are and what the real improvements would be, if any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Lee. I just want to say I was one of the people who met in a small group with the vet, and we presented a lot of data. We presented a lot of parent voices that were given to us, but we're still waiting to hear back. We had a lot of questions, particularly with regard to the greater district effect that displacing Kaiser would have on the middle school feeder system and the reasons behind why parents chose Kaiser to begin with. That engagement was there, but we're still waiting for the response to our many questions before we can feel like there was an engagement and not just us presenting stuff. And also it was our side. We reached out to Sankofa families. We reached out to Peralta families. We also talked to Santa Fe families. So that also came from us and not really from the district. I just want to make that clear as well. But that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm going to get to the idea of the community of schools and the partnership with charters. And I feel like we're going a little backwards. As yet, the goal, I think, to partner with them more, to have more oversight over the charters makes sense. There is an issue with too many schools, but we're only moving to do something about it at the district level. Until there is actual oversight over the growth and the starting of new charters, it doesn't make sense to close schools and to leave those. Historically, every OUSD school that has closed has become a charter except for Santa Fe, which is now housing just another OUSD school, but will soon be empty, and then who knows what's going to happen. So I think we're jumping the gun on making the decision to consolidate and close OUSD schools when we haven't yet reached the point where we have the proper oversight over what's going to happen with charters. Beyond that, I also want to go to this idea of the whole partnership with charters. Charters were supposed to be this like agile system where they innovate, they do something new, they offer an alternative. And then we're saying now, oh, that's great. People can choose what they want when it comes to charters, but district schools, we want them all to be exactly the same. We want them all to offer the same programs, and we want them all to just be this like monotonous monster. People aren't going to respond to that. You're going to lose more families this way.
Hi, my name is Randy Iden. I am the parent of a second grader at Kaiser Elementary. I am a 20-year Oakland resident. I moved to Oakland because I love this city. I stayed in Oakland through a lot of tough times because I love this city. And when it came time to enroll my daughter in kindergarten, I chose when a lot of my friends and a lot of people who were in the same position left Oakland because of the reputation of the schools and because of the reputation of the school district. I chose to stay. And the reason I chose to stay was because of the options enrollment program, the options enrollment process. So to hear that the entire structure of the schools is now going to be based on where you live completely undermines that process. And I understand that enrollment and the enrollment process is one of the improvements that needs to be made later on, or that is going to be looked at later on in this process. Does not make sense. If the enrollment process is going to change, and if Oakland is going to become a district where you go to school based on where you lived, which is what it sounds like, that's what I'm hearing, and that's what the community is hearing, then the enrollment process needs to change first. And the quality in neighborhood schools needs to be improved first before you start closing schools and trying to merge programs. It's very clear from other school closures and other school mergers that there has been so much drain from students. It's the reason that there was no financial savings that was documented after the 2011 and 12 closures. And there is nothing that the district has that can point to anything that has improved outcomes since then. So and we've been looking. We've been asking for this information. I have an email from Liz Sullivan right now saying there was no documentation of improved outcomes after the previous closures. So it feels like just grasping at straws and reaching in the dark. The community doesn't support it for that reason.
Thank you.
My name is Alan Purcell. I'm a parent of a special needs child in Emerson Elementary, and I'm a member of the, too many acronyms, Community Advisory Committee for Special Needs. And there's one group that has been left out of this plan, except for one key strategy, number 4, and that is how will this displacement affect students with special needs, specifically kids with IEP who have autism, who need structure and need stability, and then are also our students in SDC who definitely need structure and stability and will panic if they have to change sites. This is very disturbing.
Hi, my name is Sierra North. I'm also a parent at Kaiser Elementary School. My queer family chose Kaiser Elementary School because we knew it was going to be a safe space for us. And we also chose the school because we'd heard that it was also good for adopted children of color. I do not support the school closure, rebranded as a merger. I want that school to be there for my four-year-old, almost 5-year-old, who we're trying to get him in there for kindergarten. And I don't know. I hope it's going to be there. That's really important for me and my family. I also just wanted to piggyback on that. It seems to me that you need to come up with a community a plan for the enrollment before you come up with this plan to just shut down and move schools. That it seems to be opening up things for the charter schools and other entities to buy district property when you don't really know what the enrollment situation is. Some of you think it's going down, and then it is actually projected to be flat. So I hope you can figure these things out. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. I wish you would have cared that much about engagement when it was time to have a discussion about Roots. You know, Roots had 6 weeks between the first time the district notified that school that they were under threat to you voting to close them. 6 weeks. And that's not even providing a savings for the district. It's not freeing up space. It's not going to allow you to move a charter school or sell that property. It's literally just displacing them so CCPA can have more students. And it still doesn't make any sense. You know, that community advisory group for the blueprint, when they came and testified here at the board meeting after a year's worth of work, they said they do not endorse any plan, and they recommended a restart to the process because they couldn't endorse anything. That never happened. We were told we were going to have selection criteria for the blueprint process, a resolution that Director Gonzalez wrote. We haven't seen any selection criteria. We've been told now that principals or vice principals can self-select for their schools to be in this. That's not an engagement process. The community doesn't want you to close our public schools, period. And we've made that clear. The report that you handed out, where we got the names of the schools from the report the district handed out, which clearly said out of these 34 schools in the east, 17 of them will be closed. That's how we got the list. You handed that out. But on that report, you made it clear, you called it a draft, and you said it wasn't even a draft, it was just the starting point. And if you read the details of that report, it said based on 2023 projections. We haven't seen another report since, not with any details. And you're going to try to vote on something with no details, and we know this is connected to 1840, and we know that you want to have a new trustee put in place to then enforce these votes. But I hope you see the community isn't going for it and hasn't gone for it. And please don't think you get an extension for this meeting when you don't even have the vote, because you don't have enough people here to actually vote for it. Because again, you're mismanagement and we don't want this. So if you want to have a fight over school closures, I welcome it. The community has shown you very clearly where we are when it comes to our public school facilities. If you want to pick this fight with us, we're stronger than we've been over the last 7 years. And that's why I do this work, because I was at Santa Fe Elementary when that school was closed. And I spent 7 years at Maxwell Park before that.
Thank
and I
you,
know
Mr.
the trauma that
Hutchinson.
you guys caused from these decisions. And 2 of these board members voted for closure. So if you want your legacies to be closing our schools
Thank you, Mr.
and
Hutchinson.
continuing the disruption, go ahead. But I hope you see how this has gone.
Hi, Max Day, CCSA. One thing that I feel like is being underlooked right now is just quality of schools, right? I mean, charters get the brunt of, listen, we get the brunt of all of this all the time, but if you look at the data, data doesn't lie. It's not the white dude from Kansas here advocating for charters, it's the data. All right? 7 out of
Mr. Hutchinson,
10
please.
of our highest performing schools in Oakland right now are charters. 7 out of 10. When you look at the lowest 10 schools, 1 out of 10 are charter schools. So here's the thing. It has to come back down to quality. The reason why we weren't part of the Blueprint Advisory Group, we weren't invited. Nobody asked us to be part of that. So the thing is, we want to be part of this process. We're here for quality. I get it. Maybe in the past, it was growth for growth's sake. It's a new day, right? We're here for quality. And I want people to look at the data and focus on the data instead of denigrating the parents, the families, the students, and the leaders that are in charter schools. Like you guys on this dais, you know these leaders. You know Kimmy Keene, you know Hasten Thomas, you know Jorge Lopez, you know Jenna Stouffer. They've been here. They're not billionaire privatizers. They're people that have been here for decades and have come through this district and are your partners. And so all I'm trying to say here is I'm not trying to be more divisive or heat things up, but like, these are people that came through this district that have been partners for a very long time, and they're in this for the right reason. And so we need people to stand up for them, more than me, more than others. Like, these are educators. They are lifelong educators that care about Oakland. And right now, the rhetoric is so out of control that that's being lost. As we consider this community of schools citywide plan, like, keep these people in mind. Like screw me, screw Max, screw CCSA. Focus on our leaders.
Hutchinson, please.
That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you, guys.
You ain't in Kansas anymore. Never been able to use that word. That's why you had to knock to get
Mr.
in.
Hutchinson, please. The shout-outs are not
I mean,
appropriate.
At some
okay?
point, Madam President, we have to really look at whether or not he's disrupting the business and whether or not we have some kind of security that will actually help us put this in check. Please.
At the last meeting by the yellow t-shirts and nobody stepped in at all.
Ms. Davis, please go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Just a couple things. One, I was on the Blueprint Advisory Group, and we were very concerned about all of the things that are being discussed here that still haven't been addressed, and really the way that that the whole process moved forward was clearly intended to get to an outcome and was not about engagement. And I feel like that's exactly where we are again. As to the changing the narrative about 24 schools, I would reiterate that that came from a report that said up to 24 schools. And I've seen on Twitter, again, another parent getting accosted on Twitter for saying 24 schools when your own paperwork says almost or up to 24 schools. That's where that came from. It's not from the community. I think it's important to remember that since 2002, of the schools that have been closed, there have been 18 of them. They have all been in not just mostly communities of color, but overwhelmingly in communities of color. And 14 of those 18 schools now house charter schools, which is an issue that we haven't addressed. And this has nothing for me to do with that parents that are choosing charter schools are in any way demonizing students who are in those charter schools, or even the educators who I believe are doing what they, doing the best that they can and are committed folks. That has nothing to do with it. But it is the responsibility of this board to ensure that, one, the charter schools are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing to ensure that this district is serving its own students well, is managing its own finances as well, and is making good decisions to further that. It is frustrating, and I know I'm going to go over time just a wee bit. It's frustrating because we already know through the EPIC charter, which I didn't, by the way, support closing, but you all voted to close it, and it will remain open. It is clear you do not have the authority that you need at this time to make that plan work. And I also have some concerns about expanding the role of the charter school office when we already have seen that the charter school office is stretched thin to do just the basic compliance things that they're supposed to do.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Hello, my name is Steve Karski, and I'm a first grade parent at Kaiser Elementary. And I just have a question in terms of why today or on Thursday the 20th we're voting on the citywide plan at all. When following the strike, it was mentioned that there wouldn't be any talk of closures for the next several months. And in your words, in the citywide plan, it says the bottom line is that OUSD has too many schools, and it is basically a very generic, vague proposal of how you might close some of these schools. So why are we voting on this now or on Thursday the 20th at all if we're meant to be having a hiatus from talking about closing schools? And could you answer that for the next minute?
When you're
Thank
done,
you.
I can answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you done?
Mhm.
Okay. You can sit down. We don't respond directly, but I'll just clarify. So the citywide plan, as was discussed earlier, is actually the implementation plan for Board Policy 6006. It was actually supposed to come to the board for approval in January. It is the overall implementation plan for a number of different working components. And so it was previewed in November and then was supposed to come for approval in January. It has been postponed. So at this point, we are looking to approve it this spring because we are behind schedule from when the policy did talk about it.
Okay.
There
Is it
is
okay
some
if I use my
resolutions
last
that will
20
be coming
seconds?
to the under introduction of new legislative matters, particularly for that discusses an improved engagement plan for the blueprint of quality schools and the cohort 2 process, but that is not related to this citywide plan. The citywide plan is the overarching umbrella that is the implementation plan for Board Policy 6006. It doesn't talk about the specific timelines of the of that particular cohort.
I appreciate that answer, but when we've just been telling the students that we need to rebuild the trust of the students and actions that speak louder than words, we're sending a message to them. We've told them very clearly we're having a hiatus on talks of closing schools, and no matter how we spin it, they're clever, in the mission statement of this, of how much we want to build critical thinking in our Oakland students. And we're the example of the lesson we teach them morally.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And we're actually not supposed to do a back and forth here, but just to clarify, because it is an important point, this was not part of the negotiation process. I, as an individual board member, am introducing 2 items under new legislative matter that is under consideration for the board. It was not part of our bargaining negotiation process and was not part of the agreed upon bargaining plan. I, as an individual board member, am introducing 2 items to be under consideration, and that is very, very clear. So those 2 items will be introduced later today. They're not going to be discussed today, but they will be introduced later on in the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify it for you there. I hope you all go back and watch these videos.
All right. So at this time, can I see this? At this time, we are moving on to Item T1, this is also an implementation plan update. It's a presentation based off a board policy that was passed earlier this year around the district appointing individuals to charter governing boards. So this is an implementation update. It's a non-voting item. At this time, we have our Director of Office of Charter Schools, Ms. Sonali Marca, who's going to provide information on this item.
Thank you.
Madam
Good
President.
evening, directors, superintendent.
Sorry, before we are going to have to extend this meeting. Is there a motion to?
I make a motion to extend till midnight.
Thank you.
Can I continue? Okay. Good evening, everyone. I realize it is late, so I will try to go through this efficiently so we can leave time for questions. As you mentioned, President Ng, this is not a voting item, just an update as required by the resolution that was passed. So just a summary of the resolution that was previously passed in November. Board Resolution 1718-0168 outlines that there will be a standing committee created of the board on charter matters, that we will be selecting charter boards in need of appointments, and we will be starting with charter schools that have had recent notices of concern, and that we would be, for those selected charter boards, appointing one representative on behalf of OUSD. Just to clarify there, because there's been some confusion in the past, the representative does not mean someone who works at OUSD, just a representative. So this is the legal basis for that board resolution. Just to quickly run through it, EdCode has previously given us and every authorizer the ability and authorization to put someone on a charter school board. The resolution that was passed in November specifically asks us to enact upon this legal authorization, but it's always been protected in sort of EdCode. So as we think about this policy, we have two goals. The first goal is to increase the direct communication between charter boards and OUSD. And the second goal is to contribute needed skill sets to charter boards through these board appointments, and thereby hopefully increasing board health as well as their focus on strong academic outcomes. So the first phase we went through in thinking about the implementation of this policy was a planning phase. So we did various phases of research. We talked to several other authorizers about their practices. We talked to a few experts in charter board governance. There are really two folks out there, two organizations that specialize in this. We talked to both of them. We spoke with legal counsel about some of the legal implications that we'll talk about later. We got feedback from some key stakeholders, including some members of the board. And we, this year, for the first time this past school year, a member of our team has been making sort of ad hoc surprise visits to charter board meetings. And so we took sort of her learnings from those visits and incorporated that into our policy implementation as well. And then we've drafted criteria and expectations for charter board appointees and our criteria for how we'll be selecting which boards we'll be placing appointees on for this first year, our pilot year of implementation. So from all that research, sort of here's where we're landing. Our plan is to appoint to charter schools with multiple and/or serious notices of concern from 2018-19, and that's from 2018-19 through March 1st, and so that will be 5 schools. We are planning to do an inventory of the skill sets of those existing charter boards so that we can have a sense of where the major gaps are, and then recruit and match appointees to hopefully fill those skill deficits. We'll be developing an online training / onboarding for appointees so that they can be well prepared going into this new role. And we will be partnering likely with a third-party vendor to help with both the skills diagnostic piece as well as the online training. You know, our office does not particularly have a lot of specific expertise in charter board membership, and so that's another place where we'll be leaning on them in terms of this online training.
So moving into phase 2, so phase 1 at this point is nearly complete. So phase 2 is that the selected boards will be taking these skills inventories that we mentioned. So given that this particular presentation was pushed back because of a canceled board meeting, we're a little bit behind, but they'll be taking the skills inventory sort of over the next 4 to 6 weeks. And then based on the outcomes from those skills inventories, we will be recruiting for appointees in April. That might spill into May, based on whichever skill deficits are identified through the skills inventory. And then we will be vetting the applicants that come in according to a few different criteria. So certainly should have a strong skill set in an identified area, no conflict of interest, appropriate motive/interest in taking on this role, and ideally prior experience with a nonprofit board would be a plus. I can talk more about that later, but that's something that came out of our visits this year to charter boards. So our target date for all of that is to be wrapped up by the end of May. That would include, like I said, the completed skills inventories. Here it says 5 to 8 boards. It'll be 5 boards. Recommendations for appointees, and hopefully those appointees will meet all the outlined criteria that we just mentioned. The next phase would be actually doing the appointments. So we would bring those recommendations to the standing committee in probably June, and then those appointees would then complete an online training that would cover at least the following areas that are listed here: Brown Act charter governance, sort of the responsibilities and reporting expectations for that specific role, protocols for how to raise concerns that they might encounter as they're doing their work of sitting in on these boards, and the process that we'll be designing for replacing appointees should that need arise. The appointees will be considered typical board members, so they will follow the same bylaws as other board members on that charter schools board. That includes the term length. And the last point here is the appointments we're planning to begin in July or August so that they're in place for the next school year. So as I mentioned, target date there is end of June to have our appointments confirmed and have their training completed. The last piece here is around reporting and evaluation. So reporting, we're thinking 2 to 4 times per year we'll have those appointees report back to us. And then we will figure out the best way to bring pertinent information back to the board. The appointees would not be able to report on closed session discussions. That is legally important because there have been situations, or at least one situation in the past, where an authorizer has appointed someone to a charter board and the appointee reported back on closed session items and the authorizer was sued and they lost. The authorizer lost. So we want to avoid that situation. However, we do want to provide access to some sort of external legal counsel for appointees so that if there are situations that come up in closed session that either are definitely inappropriate or have a whiff of impropriety, they have a place to talk about that and then pursue the appropriate legal action as necessary. And in terms of the evaluation, there's 2 pieces. One is how we're evaluating the appointees, and 2 is how we're evaluating the policy overall after the first year. So the first point here, evaluation of appointees, primarily going to be based on board meeting attendance and consistent comprehensive reporting back to us. We, as the charter office, are planning to continue and perhaps ramp up how often we pop in on charter board meetings next school year, and so we'll be able to actually see ourselves how our appointees are doing, in addition to being able to track attendance through some data systems that we're putting in place. In terms of evaluating the overall policy in the pilot year, the main pieces we're thinking about are whether the notices of concern, that number received by the charter schools, is declined, certainly the nature of those as well. Whether the boards where we've placed an appointee are engaging in more substantive discussions around key topics that matter. And that would be measured, like I said, when we go on these pop-in surprise visits. And then the pre and post results from a board diagnostic survey, that's something that accompanies the skills inventory that we give charter boards, that we'll be giving charter boards as part of this policy. There's a diagnostic survey that covers a few different aspects of board health, things such as, do board members know where to find the bylaws? Do they have a retreat every year? Do they have strategic priorities? Do they annually review them? Things like that. So we would look at that pre and post result as well. And then thinking ahead, I just want to preview this a little bit. This is certainly down the line and we have time before we have to make these decisions, but we're planning for charter board appointments to be made on an annual basis. So they wouldn't be rolling unless an existing appointee drops out, in which case we have to make a replacement. Even then, we're hoping to bring backup appointments for approval so that we don't necessarily have to have a big meeting every time that we have an appointee drop out. Based on results from the year one of the policy, we anticipate there may be changes made to either the way that we're doing recruitment or the reporting expectations. Maybe we want more or less frequency. We'll just be open to that. And then for year two of the policy, we want to think carefully around what it looks like to appoint to boards that don't have a serious issue. So we're starting with boards that have had a serious recent notice of concern, so we know there are major problems there. Going ahead, the policy asks us to think about schools as they come up for renewal, and some of the schools coming up have fairly high-functioning boards. And so given that it's a new process that we're starting to monitor these board meetings, we want to think carefully about, on top of our existing monitoring, what else do we need to do in order to feel like we can build a greater connection. We've had some good ideas from other authorizers, including Indianapolis, that has a really strong partnership where they have annual, twice yearly meetings between the charter office staff, board presidents. So I think there's other things we could be putting into place for boards that are high functioning before we necessarily appoint another representative, another person to the board. So for example, could an existing board member serve as a liaison who we talk with more regularly in addition to us monitoring? So we're just thinking about these things, but we would come back to you once we have sort of a few months of this policy under our belt. So key takeaways here, covered everything. Again, our two goals for this policy: increasing communication with the boards and insight into what's happening there, as well as addressing a major skill deficit. And we're asking appointees to report back to us 2 to 4 times a year. Pilot year will be evaluating. We're enrolling into the pilot year. We'll be evaluating it next spring. And we'll be continuing to monitor, attend all board meetings of charter schools, both those with appointees and without. So this is the timeline that has been covered already, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions from the board, Director Gonzalez.
Thank you for the work. I think this is really true to the vision that Director Harris and I laid out, and so I appreciate that. I want to know more about how this work, and I know you said you're not 100% clear yet, but how is this work, what you're learning, what your office is learning, going to get reported back to us? I'm not clear on that. And I think, you know, it's really great that we've been getting reports. The board has been getting reports on the notices of concern, but that's not available to the public yet. And I know you're thinking about that, but it's great for us to have the information. If it's not visible to the public, then as far as they know, there's not real oversight and accountability going on. And so I think that's going to be a really important part of this. I say no to the question about whether an existing board member should be the designated OUSD reportee. I think part of this is to bring some additional voices and additional perspectives, because some of these boards are very insular, and that's part of the problem of why they've been able to sort of act crazy and whatever. And then my last question is, can you just administer the diagnostic to all the charter school boards? Because that might help you to identify the next boards that we would want to identify. Because, you know, what you've been able to observe at board meetings, it may seem like a high-functioning board, but the only way to really know is to administer that diagnostic tool and see whether they actually are getting training, whether they actually know what the bylaws are, whether they're familiar with the board's policies. especially the personnel stuff, right? About how raises are done, how promotions are done, all that kind of stuff. So that would be my suggestion, is just to give the diagnostic tool to all the charter schools. I think you'll be able to discover which schools need some additional support. Thank you for the work.
Can I respond? Okay, great. So in terms of reporting back to the board what we learned, I think it depends on whether the nature of it is more appropriate for closed session or open session. And so I think it's to be determined, and whether what we hear back is sort of what we would have learned anyways from the minutes of what's going on in the meetings. And so I do think a little bit of it is to be determined, but if the board has a preference for how often they're hearing back, of course, any salient issues that are problematic we would bring up as soon as possible. But if you have a preference for how often you'd like to hear back otherwise, I can include it in my closed session. Updates could be a way otherwise to include that. So sort of open to feedback there. In terms of making the notices public, yes, we have started talking about it. In fact, another district actually has asked us about one of our notices of concern also for a charter network that is shared across the two. And so that also gave us thought about how we should be making these more public. So the first idea we had was around making them public at the end of the year. There's a number of things we make public sort of at the year end. So that's sort of our first thought. And then we can think about whether there's a way we should be updating it more regularly, but that's sort of a start. And then in terms of administering the diagnostic to all boards, I think it's an interesting idea. It is expensive, so that would be one thing that might be an issue. We certainly want to see how these first ones go and make sure it works well. And then the other thing is I'm not sure if it's overreach. I don't know that we can require boards to do it, but I think if we get good results from these first few boards in terms of the data that comes back from the board diagnostics, I do think they might be more eager to take the board diagnostics. And so we could potentially explore that once we sort of get some of the data back from these first 5.
Just to be clear, there's nothing in charter law that says we cannot administer a diagnostic to charter school boards, right?
Yeah, I'm not aware of
Okay.
anything either way.
Other
I mean, the law does say that we're allowed to appoint board members, so it seems like it would be an appropriate way of identifying how to do that.
Other questions by the board?
Yeah, so the public part, I mean, there's one thing to be responsive to like an outside public, special interest type groups where you want to feel like I'm showing that I'm doing something, but as like a nonprofit, as an organization, like, I mean, there is like the sunshining of what goes on for them. I just don't understand the notices, like, especially if you're in a process where you can cure and there's a whole legal process around some of that kind of stuff, and there's high level notices versus lower level. So that, anyway, so you can, if you would research that, I'd really be interested. I mean, I think in this environment, I'm not happy with it at all, the idea of the public piece of it, but just because my experience right now is that it's not a very like equitable or fair environment. So I'm really concerned about just, I don't know, exposure or whatever. Anyway, so I mean, and maybe it's not illegal, but so I look forward to like hearing that information.
Okay.
A lot of great work. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My only comment is that we as a board do need to, in April, we'll have to appoint board members to the standing committee and just make an amendment to our bylaws because we don't currently have it set up that way. But according to this, we should do it by before May, so we should do that at the April board meeting in order to stick to the timeline. And in terms of the recruitment of applicants, you'll keep us informed in terms of making announcements, and because it sounds like it's not going to go through our committee, our normal committee process. But just in terms of the online application, it's not going to go through like an online. It is?
Yeah, I think you're saying the recruitment of potential appointees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume it would still be through there. It's just the way that we actually, I mean, most people aren't going to happen upon that, who necessarily have all the levels of expertise and criteria we're looking for. So when we talk about recruitment, we're talking about how do we sort of notify and encourage people to apply.
Okay, so we'll be on our same platform that we
I think
just
so, yeah.
underwent with the 7-Eleven committee. So it sounds like, but then staff will make recommendations to the standing board around the individuals that
Correct.
might best fit some of the criteria for each of the boards.
I do have a question then.
Okay, Director Yi.
So I'm not sure that I understand the board standing committee's role and responsibility, because that also requires staffing
Yeah.
and noticing and all the rest of that.
I'll let Director Gonzalez, this came out of some of the discussions with Director Harris and Director Gonzalez, and the vision is not for it to be
So
super,
so the standing
super
committee probably would meet quarterly, I would imagine at a max. The idea is that a lot of the things that are involved in the citywide plan there is going to be a substantial body of work around charters. And so the idea is to have a committee where some of those things can be lifted up and can be surfaced and can be discussed by the committee so that we don't have to do all this conversation at board meetings. And then the committee can make recommendations to the board for the various pieces that will be coming. And another piece of the role of the committee is going to be to receive the applications from staff and make recommendations to the full board about who would be appointed as the charter board members.
So does the standing committee make recommendations to the board as a whole, or does it make the decision on its own?
Makes recommendations to the board.
The board will ultimately approve.
That may not have been written clearly in my presentation.
One more time?
Oh, I was just saying that might not have been clear in my presentation, so thank you for clarifying.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation. Is there any public comment on this item?
There's no public left.
We have one, Max Day.
Max Day from CCSA. Sonali hit it earlier. I just want to reiterate the fact we know that this is in ed code. We know this is something that can happen. I just want to caution folks, these appointees could be put in a position where they don't understand where their responsibility lies or where their duty lies. It's very clear that the duty is to the nonprofit board. And so as you guys are vetting folks, as you guys are putting people on boards, please be aware of that. Make sure that they know that, and especially when things come down to closed session or reporting back to OUSD or the charter board, anything like that, that's where things get hairy. And as the director said, we saw that in Alameda, and I don't want to see us go there. We have a lot of other things to fix and work on. So just really, this is just keep that in mind. It's you're putting people in almost like walking conflicts of interest. And I just want to make sure that we've thought through all those things, and we're protecting the people in those roles, and we're protecting the schools and this board as well. Thank you.
All right, this is a non-voting item. We are moving on to item T2. Is there a motion to approve the academic calendar 2019-2020?
Second.
Moved by Director Hinton-Hodge and seconded by Director Gonzalez. Is there anyone here to respond to this item? I had just a couple quick questions channeling Director London here. Thank you. I'm channeling Director London because I know that she would have had comments if she were here. I know that for her, she's interested in making sure that there's going to be engagement taking place before the 2020-2021 year is going on. As part of the bargaining agreement, did we make agreements for the 2020 and 2021 year and beyond, or just better understanding where we're at? And then I know that if I read it correctly, I know that there was a concern raised before around how the timing of the end of the school year with the Memorial Day. I think it's Memorial Day, and then there's 2 or 3 additional days this year. And I think if I looked at it correctly, it looked the same for the 2019-20 year. And I wonder if there was any discussion around the timing of Memorial Day and trying to get on one side or the other of Memorial Day so it wasn't such an awkward end of the school year. And if not, what some of those discussions were. Yeah.
There were some brief discussions, good evening, regarding Memorial Day.
You
but
introduce yourself for the.
as always, there's trade-offs. So the strategy was to ensure that first semester ended before winter break and that we had alignment with dual enrollment programs, as well as increasing the number of days of instruction prior to testing. So as a part of that trade-off, we did see some change to the Memorial Day weekend schedule. But like any strategy, you would want to implement that and see that it's working, collect data before switching completely back the other direction. So we do still have the opportunity to negotiate and to discuss with our labor partners a different calendar for the 2021 school year. However, we've made several efforts to move in this direction, so we would want to consider the cons of going back the other way.
And this is for, so you said the 2021, was that 2021? Sorry. I heard you say you're saying that there's still opportunities for the next year that's not adopted here. Okay.
Yes, right now we just have through the 1920 school year. So this 1920 calendar is the close of all of our negotiated first day of school.
Yeah, and I definitely understand the goal around pushing up this calendar year earlier. It does make for a sort of awkward end of the year, so I just hope that we that we see students during that time, and
yes.
and that there isn't necessarily any negative impact to the end of the school year post Memorial Day. But we'll see how that goes this year and next year.
And we did not see that last year, but again, we'll continue to collect the data and see what changes should be made.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other question?
We have to do public comment on this item first. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam President.
Great. Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for the roll call.
On the roll call to adopt the academic calendar for 2019-2020, Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
And President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Item T3, this is separated out because of, I believe it was the Facilities Committee and our community.
This did not go to the committee.
This did not go to the, okay, but it's separated out by request of, I'm just trying to remember why this is separated out. Is there a motion to approve item T3?
So move.
Moved by Director Gonzalez. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Yee. Is there any public comment on this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rickshaw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the adoption of 190352, Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge?
Yep.
And President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the Pupil Discipline Consent Report?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Acting Vice President Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
And President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Regular board member reports. Is there any reports for?
I do have a very brief report. Unfortunately, Ms. Delton is gone, but we have a joint committee meeting scheduled between the Budget and Finance Committee and the Audit Committee on April 4th. So folks who are interested are welcome to attend that. It'll be here in the committee room upstairs. I am going to be doing a community engagement meeting specific to the blueprint process in District 6 on April 6th. So I just wanted to share for anyone who's still watching or still awake that, I am, because I have been concerned about, and I've heard concerns from the community about engagement, wanting to do something with my constituents. So that's what's happening. And then April 12th, this month, or next month, will be my April office hours for anyone who is interested. It's at Martin Luther King Jr. Library at 68 33 International Boulevard, 4 p.m., April 12th.
Thank you. Any other reports?
Yes, I do. Congratulations again to the Wildcats and what else? What's the other? The Bulldogs. Sorry. So there's going to be a parade on April 5th, I believe. So look out for information, OUSD News. And again, just a real big congratulations to the team and the coaches and everyone and all the families and parents that have supported our young people. Those young people got a little delayed because of the strike, and some students, had, sports got delayed and things like that. So just recognizing a lot of people did a lot of sacrificing over the last couple of weeks, but it was great to come out of the strike and the strife and have these young people just kind of, and these young women show just a lot of grit and resilience. So thanks to them for, I think, putting us on a better track.
Thank you. Director Yee, anything?
Just that I had a chance to join Director Hodge at Claremont Middle School on Saturday, where we brought our two South African teachers who were sponsored by Teach with Africa to spend 3 weeks here in Oakland. And we got a chance to, we actually got to experience the Hidden Genius Project and the potential of that for our city students, as well as get to know some of the other Teach with Africa students, Teach with Africa teachers in a more important way. So we hope to have something to report on that at the next board meeting in April. Right, Director Hodge?
Thank you, Director Yee. All right. Introduction of new legislative matters. I do have two resolutions I am bringing to the board for consideration, hopefully at the next board meeting, March 20th. Item X1 is a resolution for the board to consider on charter school expansion, building off of the legislative platform. Item X2 is a resolution around improving community engagement for proposed school changes, which we'll talk about identifying an ad hoc committee to look at revisiting some of the criteria, timeline, and process of our Blueprint for Quality Schools process. Those items will both be agendized at the...
First, there needs to be a discussion on whether or not we want them to be agendized.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I didn't understand that.
So I'm raising these two resolutions for consideration by the board about if there is a desire to pursue these under new legislative matter for discussion and adoption at the next meeting.
At the special board meeting or at the next, in the April board meeting?
I would like it at least to be, I think there is some time sensitivity to, particularly for the improving community engagement process, so I do think that should be for discussion and adoption. Ideally, both items would be for discussion and adoption at that time, but it is the will of the board.
March 20th? Okay.
So I object to both of these. One, because I believe that this process that we did go through around strike, and I'm just gonna kind of call it out, that I believe that the politics, the whole, there was even a public person from the public saying, well, you guys negotiated on this and you're supposed to do this pause on charters. And so there's just, for me, there's just been a lot of confusion. Again, I know your interpretation of 606 takes out one line that says we have the right to kind of change charter law and push on that. And that's how we have a legislative platform that's built on that one clause. And so, again, I have not seen opportunity to deal with the rest of 6006. And I listened to the superintendent talk about partnerships, works we're doing. We just got a grant. And so, again, I feel like it continues to be divisive and it continues to contradict 6006. So I am not supporting it. I'm okay, I think, with a conversation and a debate at some particular point, but I don't want to feel like I'm actually being driven right now by CTA or NEA or anything that is like politically based. Because one, we never sit down and talk to our partners. We didn't talk to our partners about the legislative platform. Once again, we're doing this where we're pushing something that's really, hard in the community. There is a narrative of proliferation. We haven't approved the charter in like 2 years. Like, we've denied, the staff says move forward with renewals as a board. So this is not a pro-charter board. This is not a space right now where, charters and innovation and conversation and even like real meaningful relationships are actually being built. So I'm not supporting it because I don't feel like it's coming from us. I feel like it's coming from outside. And then since I got the mic, I'll just go ahead and talk about the
Madam
next
President,
one. Oh, I can't
This
talk
is,
about the next one.
this is a procedural issue.
Right.
Not
So
a,
I'm saying I don't wanna even see it heard.
Not a substantive one. If she gets a second, she gets an opportunity to put it on the agenda.
So I'm just saying I won't second it at all.
I support the board having these two conversations about these two items.
So I second, oh, you're seconding? Okay.
What is the, okay, so public comment on new legislative matters. Is there any public comment on those matters? Okay. The meeting is now adjourned.